Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jay. Slightly late today, apologies. There's reasons for it, trust me, there always is a good reason for it. But I hope you're all keeping well. You're welcome to Comfort of Titty. Stay for the personality. Titties. Yeah. Hello, my lovely community. I hope you're all keeping fantastic. This is a brand new week. It's the end of a long bank holiday, the June bank holiday in Ireland, and what a week it's been for myself. It's been quite tiring, to be honest. But, I forgot to put my phone on silent. My apologies, that is done now. But I hope you're all keeping fantastic. How are you since I last saw you, which for some of you was literally just a couple of hours ago. Well, not even 24 hours ago, but yeah. Pex Lover first in the chat, followed by Press 1 for Caleb. Press 1 for Caleb, number 2 in the chat today. And Big Muscle Flexing, welcome for your first time in the chats. And Aquatic, number 3. Glam Glam, oh, just missing out tonight, Glam Glam. Hey, Gamone, welcome. Biceps, Jay the Punk, Big Muscle Flexing, welcome for your first time in the chats too today. What's up with Pexlava? Pexlava, what's up with you? Wasn't feeling too well, still a bit yucky. Oh, wow. You use your vocabulary, but yucky. We all understand yucky. But was passed out asleep when the stream was on yesterday. Well, look, you sleep when you need to sleep, my friend. Who else is here? Benjamin, welcome to the start of the stream as well, and all that BS. Oof, a bit of Donald Duck popped out there. What Donald Duck? That's not a duck. That's a freaking chicken, people. Yeah, I literally just had my dinner. I just finished my dinner. I had to run to the shop last minute because I thought I had the stuff for dinner today, but apparently not. And then I went to the closest shop, but that was closed because of bank holiday. It just shut like a few minutes before I got there, so then I had to go to this like small store just to get like some meat and stuff until I do a bigger shopping tomorrow. So it's just like, you know that kind of last hectic kind of like I need food type thing. And yeah, and I still have another meal to finish before I even, I have to eat during the stream tonight, guys. I'm just letting you know, and I don't mean smoothie. I mean like I'm gonna have to actually have a meal. So I will pop out. Luckily, it's microwavable. This particular one, after I just cooked my dinner. So I usually have one meal a day that is actually microwaved. The rest is all cooked by myself or prepared beforehand on a different day, like meal prep type of thing. But yeah, so arm is healing up quite well at the moment. So if you were here yesterday, just in case you didn't, if you weren't here yesterday, if it's been a while since you've seen the arm, you'll definitely see that there's notable improvements in the coloring, and it's almost disappearing down here now. Just a little bit to go, a little bit on the elbow, and most of the forearm is now gone. But of course, on around where the tricep would be, obviously this is the bicep, on the other opposite side is the tricep, so that's where the damage is from the incident. So that will of course take the longest, but I'd say by the weekend roughly everything should be back to normal in terms of bruising. But that does not mean the actually tear or tears, depending on how much is still to go. That of course, well, we will see whenever I get around to getting that MRI, and it's not. I'm waiting for a phone call, so that could be whenever. But it's a bank holiday weekend. Of course, I'm not going to get a phone call on a Monday. At least that doesn't happen in Ireland. Maybe it happens in other countries, but definitely not here. I smack 2 beaches and steal a podium along with Pepsi. Translation, I felt like shit run over twice. Oh my god, Jesus, Pex lover. There's one. Just the beginning of some trouble with America. Damn. What's going on with America today? What? Did the Statue of Liberty just get up and leave? Did she be like, yeah, Circle Bleu, not want this? Hey Jay, you got open on both my phone and computer as I'm playing in my hardcore Minecraft world. Good. Double J's, double D's. You know what I'm saying? Double titties. We enjoy that. We enjoy that. So, so we done a hell of a lot of chatting yesterday. Today is going to be definitely more gameplay focused. I actually have multiple stuff that I want to get done today. I want to do a preview of a brand new game that just came out of early access. I want to do a game that we have played before, but I want to do a secret boss in this particular game. And if we get time, we'll do another game on top of that too. So it's going to be more of a gameplay stream in general. Whereas yesterday it was, you know, it was like 75% chatting and 25% community games towards the final hour or so of the game. Now, for people who haven't been here, I'm just going to announce this quickly at the start of the stream. Currently, for the next 30 days, there is 15% off the J for Pay. So if you have not checked the J for Pay yet, there's 15% off for the month. So happy Pride Month, get your 15% off anytime throughout the month, so feel free to pick up that if you get a moment. Further support from myself and over 440 videos for your viewing pleasure, with new weekly videos and plenty of extremely hot, exciting ones over the course of the summer, without a doubt. So definitely this today was definitely a different type of day for myself. Another pretty busy day, entertaining and all that lovely stuff, but yeah, I'm a little bit tired, to be honest, but it's okay. I didn't get much sleep last night, so that kinda is part of it too. But hey, she was like, yeah, I'm going back to France. I read this as tidy, and I'm hoping you can give me some cleaning tips, says Dolly Parton. Dolly, I couldn't tell you, girl. All I know is that I don't work 9 to 5. Oh my god, you're playing games by yourself? How rude. How rude is she? She's playing games by herself? Like, oh my god, Tiffany. We don't stand for that shit here. The only money in my bank account is to cover my J for Pay subscription. It's been a tough month. By the way, Pexlova, there's actually, we have to get around to that situation. We will get to that. We will get to that. I'll hit you up over the week. I have to teach you how to do invoices, I think. You have to do invoices to Pexlava. Don't worry, I have not forgotten about this. And if you donate to the Arcanine... Oh yes, the Arcanine. The Arcanine. Yes, I'll announce the Arcanine fundraiser very soon, in a little bit, and I'll take a little break to announce it further later on during the stream. But so I'm going to be starting off the stream tonight, at least when I start gaming, that is. I'm going to be starting off the stream. Like, do you know what I really hate? I don't know what can you guys see this on my shoulder? See this like acne breakout? It's disgusting. When I hurt my arm, like, I think it's from the blood flow. Was I mentioning this the other day or not? I don't know. Well, I think it was from the blood flow, like all the blood coming to this area. And it's, oh, shut the fuck up, Pexlova. All the blood flow coming to this area, and I literally just broke out on this shoulder. It's like this shoulder there's pretty much nothing. There's like 1 or 2 spots. This shoulder has all the goddamn spots. Yeah, since the blood flow all came here, that's the only, it's a bit of a pain in the ass. But look, at least they're tiny. I know, Benjamin, seriously, Pexlova would love if I was on them, because I'd get like double the size, and then Pexlova would be double the pleasure, double the fun. But yeah. Hey, if it helps the pecs grow during the downtime, I suppose it wouldn't, because unless you are, like, for example, if you were to use roids would not work. They wouldn't do their job, so to speak, if you're actually not training. That's not, unfortunately, they're not magic. I wish I was magic. I want to be a wizard. You're a wizard, Ari. You're a what? Oh, where? Okay, how are you with injections? Oh, I'm fine. I can look at them. I can look at that. Like, I get enough blood. How I get enough blood. I'm a vampire. I get enough injections for blood to check my blood on like such a regular basis, especially with ADHD. It's even increased. Like I have a blood test tomorrow, then I have another blood test on Thursday. Trust me, I'm like kept under lock and key with my doctors. Each one wants something different from me. I'm only one man, guys. I can't go around. Well, it depends how much, I suppose I could. Well, I can get around, but you know, like I just have to, you know, there's only so much blood here, you know, like I can't give everyone my blood. I can't do needles, just scare the crap out of me. Really? Some people can't do needles at all, you know? How do you replace the blood they take out? I don't know, Johnny. Like, for some reason, humans create blood, like, you know, through the heart and stuff. It all pumps this blood around the body. It's like, we create blood. It's interesting. It's just, wow. It's interesting. Like, if you ever lose blood, the body, like, gives you blood. It's, wow. So cool. And those blood is made, that blood, that little speck of blood could be made up of like hundreds of thousands of, or even possibly millions of little tiny little cells. And cell organelles and white blood cells and all the other lovely blood cells and plasma and platelets. Are they checking your liver function? That's why I have blood. Yeah, they're also checking my liver function on that one, exactly. I always wondered, that is a fear I wound to love to understand. Yeah, I don't get needles. Like, I don't get the fear of needles. Like I understand people don't want to be poked by a needle, but I don't know where. I think it probably happened since a child. I'd imagine when you were a child, you got a vaccination for something, and all you can remember is like that needle going into your arm or wherever, and then you just remember crying, and you just kind of repeat that. So every time you see that needle, you're like, ah, yeah. So basically, it's your inner child coming out and being like, it's gonna kill me. It's gonna hurt me for like 1 millisecond. Like, I actually find needles going in, like when the doctor or nurse or whoever is doing the blood test, I always look. Like, some people look away or they just start thinking of, you know, I'm there actually fascinated, being like, oh, there's blood coming out of me. Isn't that fascinating? Give me that tourniquet again, please. Needle breaking and entering my bloodstream and stabbing me in the heart. Well, I think you may have watched one or two too many scary movies right there, Johnny. They can never find a vein on me, and it takes multiple attempts. Ah, I see. Whereas it's quite, well, okay, this arm isn't a great example, but like, I know the light doesn't really do me justice, but you can probably see the outlines of some veins here if I just like stick out my arm. Like, doctors and nurses love me. They're just like, well, there you go. Not that hard to find. But yeah, that's what I bring to the table, people. Hey, Optimus, welcome to the stream. And everybody else, welcome to the start of the stream. Thank you very much for taking a moment out of your day to be with myself, Jay, on this most auspicious day in Narnia. And guess what happened today, guys? Guess what happened? Wait, actually, I don't know, does this show on the... I'm going to check the desktop version instead of just showing... 1 second there. Now, don't know if you noticed. I don't think anyone noticed because no one notices me. You will notice me now, people. You'll have no choice but to fucking notice me. You can bow down to your king, your short king. Yes, let's turn over to next. There's so Instagram. Any notice anything a little bit different? Anyone knows? Not the profile photo, but does anyone notice there's something on my Instagram? I don't know what it is quite, just that. No, not the 100,000 followers. No. But you know, it's kind of a little bit above it. Anyone notice what that is? You know, it's like it just appeared today out of nowhere. The fact you don't follow me, Pexlova, if I followed everyone that followed me, then I'd have 100,000. Actually, you can't even follow 100,000 people. I think the limit is like 7,500. Yeah, Optimus is the man on the money for there. We are verified. We are verifiableness. But unfortunately, there is a downside to having a blue tick is that for 3 days I have to put up some extra information that I do not want people to see. But it is just how it is. But I can change it in 3 days' time. But it will be 3 days. But yeah, you guys, that means I'm a very important person now. Okay, I'm very important. But yeah, you need to recognize my importantness, because that means I am who I say I am. Facebook took my ID and Facebook was like, "Yas, queen, that is you, girl." And I was like, "Yas." No, it's not an automatic thing at all, Pexlo. I had to go through and send them my ID and all that stuff. But it's just basically it's why I have it. Why I have it is literally account security. Like now people like there is a problem. I don't know, have you guys noticed? Now luckily it hasn't been happening to me recently, but it has been an issue. It has been an issue in the past that people have pretended to be me. You know, like you'll have like accounts very similar to my spelling, for example. It could be like JAYYCOTTZ, you know, something, or it could be like one T, or the Z will be an S, you know, and people just think it's like, oh, it's J, because they'll have photos of me on their profile, a catfish basically. And the check mark is just pretty much there to kind of safeguard people, and also it protects my account even further, that it's that Facebook or Meta, should I say, they act faster whenever you have an issue. Like you have with a blue check mark, you actually have, what I found out today is that you actually have a direct access to their support staff. Which is awesome, because if I ever have an issue, I can be like, I'm getting onto my representative. Okay, let's do it. Like literally, I had a phone call from one of their representatives today, because I was trying to I wanted to kind of bypass one of their thingies, but they were like, no, you have to wait 3 days, Saz. And I was like, boo. But I have it just for more so account security. Jake Cottz is so easy to make close enough. Like it's happened before. Like I can imagine, like if I typed in, let's try it actually. I don't know, it would happen right now, but if I just type in Jake Cottz, like there's a couple. Okay, okay, I'll have to move myself. I'm gonna move myself over here. Like obviously that's me. So there you see. Now it's even more obvious than ever. Like because now I have the check mark next to my name. But like you know, you'll have like J Cottz 148. Okay, that's a bit obvious, but like jc.otds. Okay, well, she has a different thing, but there used to be lots of. Now there is another J Cottz. Now this is a real person. He took my name. he started Instagram before me, and I do not like this person because he barely ever posts. Well, his account's private now, but he barely ever posts. He lives in the UK. Like, ew. Like, who would live in there? Who would live there? But he lives in the UK. He took my name before I took my name. And I was like, hey, dude, is there any possibility, like, give me your name? And he's like, no. So I was like, I hate you. Jay Cottz. Like, his name's probably not even Jay. His surname probably doesn't probably even have a C-O-T-T in it. Like, my Cottz is a nickname. But, like, I don't know. He's probably not Jay Cottz. You know what I'm saying? But, like, basically, the blue check mark... The blue check mark is just to make people aware that, if anything, that, like, look, I'm the real one. Do not fall for her. Like, who is she type thing. Like that's cool. I don't mind fan pages, but, like, why are you a fan page and you don't have any posts of me? Suspicious. Oh, wait, there's another one. Fans of Jay Cottz. Okay, let's check this one. If that's still... Oh, no, it's no results. I bet you why there's no results. I bet you why. That's because they either A, blocked me, or B, they got banned for impersonation. But like, you know, like people, it's legit you. It's legit me. Like people would take your like your image. Like guys, you see this on dating apps, should I say, all the time. Like it's so simple to do. You can easily go onto Grindr, for example. You can take some photos off someone's Instagram and pretend to be them. Like there's no verification on Grindr. You know what I'm saying? On like Scruff, for example, like if you ever used Scruff before, another dating app, which I've mentioned in the past, is that you can actually verify yourself on Scruff, where you actually have to do these poses and stuff to verify it's you by taking selfies of what they ask you to do, and then they actually verify it, so people know it's actually you. Grindr should do that. I don't know why Grindr or other apps that may not have it yet. Like it's not like Grindr doesn't make money. Of course, it freaking makes money. They should really implement that stuff because it will cut out a hell of a lot of catfishes. But yeah, like it's so easy to go on to, like I could pretend I can go on to, let's say, I'm going to go on to Bob here. Let's go on to Bob because Bob's sexy, but I can go on to Bob. Okay, I didn't want to go on to meet. I just wanted to click on Bob's profile. Hello, Bob. Okay, so Bob, oh no, that's okay. It's actually, okay. I'm just going to go on to Bob. Can I just go directly to his profile for me? I don't know how it works on frickin' desktop. Okay, look, I'm just going to type in his name. Bob. There we go, Bob. Like, I'm just going to go on to Bob's profile, okay? Now, Bob is pretty sexy, okay? But, he is sexy. I know him. So, for example, I could be like, okay, I'm going to take this one. I'm going to take this one. Oh, look, I'm going to take this one. And then I might just do another one or two. And I can literally just take these photos of Bob, okay? And I could literally go to, not Instagram. Well, I could easily do it on Instagram and pretend to be him as well. But he has the verification, so it's a little bit tougher. But I could literally go on to Grindr and just start pretending to be Bob and be like, oh, I am me. Like and you can simply link your Instagram. Like unless they actually do the next thing, which is message them on Instagram and go to message and be like, oh, hi, are you actually Bob? See, I'm his friend. We know each other. Unless I actually go to Bob and you wouldn't just know. You just wouldn't know, guys. So just be very careful of catfishes, you know. And that's one of the reasons I have the blue check mark. Not only is it the additional support that you get from Meta just in case something happens, but also it's to let people know that, hi, it's impossible for anyone to pretend to be me because I'm the one with the blue check mark, not you. So it kind of helps. I did the verification on Grindr. I don't know. Where's the Grindr verification? Okay, I'm going to go on to Grindr right now. I'm going to, guys, look at my Grindr. I'm going on to Grindr on my phone because Grindr. Where is it on here? I didn't even think they had verification yet on this. I don't know where it is. Unless you have to like be a subscriber, like I don't know, Grindr Pro, Grindr Extra, whatever the hell it's freaking called. I don't remember what's long. I don't know where it is. I don't even think they have verification. Like it should, like, to be honest, if I was Grindr, I'd make it mandatory, but they're not going to do that because they'd lose probably 90% of their people. So that it would be kind of stupid. But it would be, you know, a lot more safe. No, I don't know. I'm going to follow Bob right now. Leave my Bob alone. He's mine. Tell him I sent you. He might give you attention. So yeah, I'm a friend of Jay, and Jay was like shouting you out on his stream. No, I can't see any of this shit here. No, I don't think there's verifications. I don't think there's verification. Now, if I went to Scruff, though, okay, I'm going to go on to Scruff. Like, if I go on to Scruff, where's the... Ooh, who's that? He's sexy. Now down the rabbit hole. See, if I go on to Scruff, like, I have the blue tick mark on Scruff. I know it's kind of hard to see it, but, like, there you go. I have the tick mark, and then J Cottz, which is my Instagram profile. So like, you know it's me because I have a blue tick mark, and then you go onto my Instagram and there's also a blue tick mark. So with Scruff, it's very simple to do the verification on Scruff. It might take maybe a few hours or something for them to verify you, but they're quite quick with it, you know. But there's definitely nothing on Grindr from what I could say. And if there is, it's either A, you have to pay for it because of course you do, it's Grindr. Or it's so out of, left field you'll never find it. Jay, you can't build a house with just a stick. You need many sticks to build your house. You also need blocks, like concrete preferably. You need blocks and lots of them, and then you need to stick them together, preferably with some sort of cement, It takes time, man. I won't follow Bob. His face is like, oh, glam. You don't call people ugly. That's not nice. Ugly is an ugly word, okay? Yes, Jay, that's what it means. No, but ugly, I really don't like when people, like, even when friends are, like, talking to me, just, like, in passing, being like, blah, blah, she's ugly, or whatever, I'm like, I pick up friends on that very quickly. I really, really dislike that word. I think it's an awful word to call someone, because it's simply, they're not your taste. It doesn't mean they're ugly. It's you think they're not attractive. However, other people obviously do, so there you go. Like, some people may call me ugly or whatever, but objective, it's subjective, isn't it? But I would say objectively, I'm not, but I'm not, and I'm just saying I'm not ugly, but some people would be like, oh yeah, he's ugly, But yeah, just don't use that freaking word. I don't like that word, man. No one in my community is allowed to use that word. We're banning that word from Twitch, okay? There's no more utterance of the word ugly, okay? No. Just no. Jay, you have on 3 unread only 3? Nah, oh no, no, 9 plus. No, trust me, I don't have 3. It's probably 3 of my close friends or something, but I definitely don't have more than 3. Anyway, just kind of giving you a heads up on that. So just make sure that you never get contacted by anyone called J Cottz that doesn't have a check mark, because it's not me. Okay, just basically. I remember someone came onto stream before and was like, hey Jay, someone just contacted me, and I was like, it's not me, Jay, your name is Jamie? Yeah, it's Jamie. Jaden? No, Jason. Jason's a nice name, but no, it's Jamie. Hey Demir, welcome, welcome, welcome. Followed, you have to sleep with the owner. I've never seen the point in someone trying to pretend to be someone else. If you pretend, I think you have serious mental issues. Like, honestly, I think you have serious mental issues if you pretend to be someone else. It's just not okay. Not only is it, obviously impersonation and, and obviously you could be, breaking a law because, especially if you're going to be if you're going to, try and belittle them or, change their, affect their reputation if they have a reputation as such. Their notoriety and stuff, because that's slander. So you can go a little bit too far with it. It's a little bit different than parody. There's a difference between parody because it's an obvious joke, but when you're actually trying to be someone else, not only is it not only is that another kettle of fish entirely, but what does that say about how you like yourself as a person? Imagine saying, I want to be them. I want to pretend to be them. Oh, and you could be like, oh, but it's for fun or whatever. It's like, no. It's not for fun. It's because you are so unhappy with yourself, with your circumstance. You're not putting in the work on yourself, and all you can do is blame other people. So you try and impersonate them because you're so wrapped up in your own silly little mind that everyone else is the problem, not you. But then again, it could be the other way around where you're the problem and you hate yourself. You literally hate looking at yourself on a daily basis, that you feel the need to actually go and be someone else. Like, what kind of pathetic life must you live? And unfortunately, many people try to be someone else and not themselves. It's very unfortunate. But there's definitely different levels, different degrees of how far someone will go to be someone else. Like, we're not talking about, oh, I look similar to another person, or, you know, you're trying to be like a celebrity impersonation because you kind of look like them, so you're just doing a little bit extra. Like, you could be, because you're playing an act, it's a performance, that's different, right? And if you're an actor, it's different because you're performing. But like, if you're just there and being like, I'm so miserable in my own little world and I can't, you know, I hate myself so much, I need to be someone else. Like, you see how damaging that is to your own psyche? Like, how bad you must be? Like, oh, man. If anyone even if someone pretended just, like, as I said, non-parody, if someone just pretended to be someone else, man, I pity them. I pity them so much. And I really hope they get help. All the help they need, because there's nothing worse than hating yourself or disliking yourself. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing worse. It's literally, you're doing yourself an injustice by doing that, you know? Like, you can literally do the work. You can take it on the chin and do the work. It might take years. But if you come out the other side and actually like yourself, like, damn, like, what a growth that would be, to be able to come out the other side and, let's say, survived. Because when people spiral into that condition of not liking themselves, it can go to very dark places, right? And we all know exactly what I'm inferring there. And it's awful, man. So I take it very seriously when someone tries to copy someone else, like a catfish or something. It's almost like it probably is a cry for help. Maybe they see it, maybe they don't see it. They're like, oh, and it's like a guy, like, you know, I'm gonna pretend to be a girl for all the guys on my in this game. They're going to think that I'm playing as a girl. Now, you know, just so, I don't know, you'll have a competitive advantage or something, because they'll leave you alone, or they'll make sure you don't die in the game or something. You know how guys can be. I'm just gonna pretend to be a girl. We've all done it. Now we I feel attacked. There's a difference when you're playing a character, like you're playing a female avatar in a game. Like, you know, I'm picking the female class of this race, this female race of this class. Like, that's different, you know. But I'm on about, you're literally pretending to be someone else. Like, yeah, I'm gonna pretend I'm a girl. Like, if you're doing it out of parody or a jest, that's different. But if you're going in, like, really, like, going full in on it, don't know, man, don't know. That side eye, the side eye. Wow, that kind of blew my mind. It just adds to his cuteness. So can you pretend to be someone else as long as you're recorded? Recorded or not? No. I have all that. Like, if you're method acting, like, as I said, you're an actor. It's different. I have all that, but I don't pretend to be someone else unless faking a smile. No, faking a smile doesn't count. Because you're not being someone else. You're being yourself, but you're just trying to, like, keep people maybe off your back or something. Ace of Spades, Big Muscle Flexing, welcome to you. Thanks for pressing the follow button. Also to 2J, Big Muscle Flexing, welcome to you as well. Thank you very much for pressing the follow button. I played Second Life for years. All female avatars are male. Never did that here. Rarely play multiplayer games because someone always ruins the game for me. I'm going to create a parody J account. The profile picture will be a glass half full, not empty. And every day I'll post inspirational quotes. Ooh, I get what you say. I also want to add that sometimes people doing that discover they're trans a couple of years later. Yeah, I'm not on about trans with this discussion. That's a completely different topic. Because when you're trans, you're not pretending to be someone else. You believe you are that person. Like, you believe you are a woman in a man's body, just as an example. Like, you believe you're a woman, so you're going to start, well, most likely you're going to start dressing up or act, copying their mannerisms and acting as such, as a woman. Maybe eventually you'll go and get hormone replacement therapy and all that. You might actually go down it. You might go for operations, all that kind of stuff, right? Like, that's a completely separate thing. That you're not pretending to be someone else. Now, if you are pretending, like you're using, let's say, trans, it's such a hard, it's so hard to kind of really go, oh, but you're not really, like, you don't really believe that you are that, like, it's hard to kind of, I guess, prove that. It's a very, very difficult topic, that one. But some people do it out of a joke kind of way. Like, they don't, like, they're like, oh, I'm just trans for today. Like, today I'm a woman, tomorrow I'm a man. Like, it's like, people kind of do it like that. They're not really believe that they are. They're just pretending as such. I can do a full impression of Captain Janeway. That's acting. That's impersonation. That's a little bit different. We're going off track with what I'm saying. Yeah, trans people is something. Yeah, it's completely different, man. I have a couple of friends who've gone through that way. I'm so glad I never did. I never felt like I wanted to be a woman. Like, why would I want to be a woman? Like, no offense to women, but why would I want to be one? I think their life is a lot harder than a man in many respects. Like the whole pregnancy thing and all their freaking hormones and just like walking around terrified of their lives probably every day to go outside. Like, that stuff doesn't sound fun. And depending on where you live in the world, you might have to be forced to dress certain ways, or you'd be restricted with certain things. I would never want to be a woman. Like, growing up, in all my years, I never one day questioned, am I a male or a female? Like, I think we've all at least had a thought, like, ooh, imagine if I could be a female for a day. Like, you might have had that as a teenager, so then you could just touch your boobs and stuff, and like, ooh, I just want to, you probably watched a movie, like, when like two people swap identities type thing. Like Parent Trap and stuff, and you kind of got into your head then like, ooh, I wonder what it would be like to be a woman. I'd just like play with my boobs all day. But like, that's a completely different thing, But I never wanted to be a woman. And the only thing I would want to be a woman for, if I even wanted to, was to have tits. So I grew them myself, and I have tits. So I really don't need to be a woman. I have literally the best thing a woman has, which is her tits. So there you go. I say that half joking. The closest I felt like that is wishing I had a coochie instead of a dick. Easy cleaning. Oh, God. Wow. I'd be terrified of every penis. Get that thing away from me. The thought of childbirth is painful. I dread to think what the actual thing would feel like. Well, usually they have some sort of comparisons, I'd say it would be like being kicked into the balls really, really freaking hard. Maybe a few times. I don't know though. Is it easier? Just much more. Well, of course there's more layers. Of course there's more layers. I'm keeping it very, I'm keeping it very basic. I'm not going hugely deep into this topic, guys. But let's go back. Let's come back to the original, the struggles of douching for everybody. Right. Let's go back to the original thing about impersonation, like pretending to be someone else on social media, dating apps, just online in general. Or maybe taking it to another extreme where you actually pretend you're them in real life and you're going around actually thinking you're them or something. Yeah. Please get all the help you need. But yeah, so on about so we kind of went there now for with the blue check marks. So we have blue check marks. So we are protecting ourselves from that, which is great. So rest assured, I'm looking after my own self and my community by ensuring we have those check marks in place. It's a wish. Let's go into that wormhole. We are abrosexual. Janie Coins. Nah, my God, the abrosexuals are back. Yeah, that stream is going to live on in my memory for quite a while, I think. Glam. What a stream that was. What the fuck is that? Why did you even need to make up that word? I don't know how soap app. Well, they're actors, you know what I'm saying. I was an official True Blood Twitter role player endorsed by HBO back in the day. People tweeted me all the time thinking I was the character, and it was terrifying. Oddly, though, I did it so much the character became alive in my head and messed me up for a while. That actually, some actors, when they go too deep into method acting, that can actually happen. From my understanding, from what has happened to actors before, like when you really go too deep into someone's mind, like you're really trying to get into that character that you're trying to play, especially if it's like a real person, like it's like a biography or something like that, a bibliography of that person, like a biopic type thing. Like you could, you can lose your way a bit, I'm sure, depending on how deep you're going in with that. But yeah, you gotta be careful with this shit, like, you know? But yeah, as I said, that's acting. That's very different from the impersonation that I'm talking about. With the roleplay, it was real-time instant communication via Twitter. See, the thing is if you think that the character is real that the person's playing, then you really need to also question your sanity. Just a little bit, at least. It might not be too serious, but you're like, they're playing a character. You know, it's not really, the character's not real. It's just a movie, you know? Like, it's like when people, some gamers get all, like, up in someone's face because they played a character on a game. Like, they were the voice actor of the character, and then they got pissed off at the character. Like, remember, well, it's happened to multiple games, but the one that comes off the top of my head right now is The Last of Us. The Last of Us Part 2. The actress that played Abby, which, that game is very polarizing to say the least. But, that actress would have got, like, death threats and stuff. All she did was voice a character. She's not actually her. That's why people really need a little dose of reality. And sometimes that dose of reality, and I'm not a violent person by any means, okay? So let me state that, because I'm going to say something, or else I'm going to do something. But sometimes people need a dose of reality. They literally need a freaking slap across the head and be like, wake the fuck up, kind of thing, like, So, yes, I do not endorse violence, people, but some people need to get slapped to wake the hell up sometimes. But there we go. Glam, you scared? People who play villains in soap operas get shouted at all the time in public. Yeah, like I remember that happened to the actor who played Joffrey in Game of Thrones, because look, anyone who's watched Game of Thrones back in the day, when Joffrey was in it until season 4, spoiler. Oops, Saz, not Saz. But people really dislike that character because he is an asshole. He was or should I say, he was a cunt, wasn't he? As he always was a cunt. As the Queen of Thorns would say. What a lady. Love her. But there you go. Yeah. Wasn't the character just not, oh, he was an ass. Oh, he was a prick. But that goes to show how amazing the acting was. Because if you hate the character, the actor's doing a fantastic job. It's not like he was meant to be liked in the first place. You know what I'm saying? I won't say ugly anymore. Don't punch me. Good. There's a good glam. Only valid time to be violent is going beast mode while lifting. Well, look, Drakami, I can speak from personal experience. Going violent during training can get you into a little spot of trouble at times. Just saying. I despise James Corden. Sadly, he isn't acting. Joffrey was a C. You next time. Defo. I remember people would harass some cosplayers that would dress up as the villain in a show. Like you know when it's like it's if it's a harassing but it's in a playful, it's in a fun way, like you're playing the part type thing, like oh my god you suck, like you know they're just like playing along with, like it's all like it's a whole role play within itself. But some people really take it seriously. They really think you're that person. Hey Papa Brios, how are you? Oh Pop Obros or so. Ouroboros. Me with Jared Leto. Yeah, you don't like Jared Leto, do you? When people said that the movie industry had taken the assholes out of the movies, Cats, I was hoping they removed him, but they left him in. Well, there you go. So there's a chat. There's a chat that I didn't expect to have today. And Glam, big kiss blowing your way, and a bing, a big smile for you too. And I'll give you a little bit of a huggy. We can actually get into hug modes now a little bit better because my arms can actually go fully around. Guys, look at this. I can actually touch my shoulder. I did it for the first time today, touching my shoulder. Remember only like a week ago I could only get my arm like halfway. Like I literally would be like, I can't move anymore. I can actually get my arm back to my shoulder now. It's healing. It's healing. We are on the road, people, to Viridian City. But we are on the road to recovery. There's progress right there, people. Yes, get those unicorn, get those flexes in, guys. Get those flexes in. We want to see it. We want to see it. Hype, hype, hype in the chat now. Ego's all happy. He can't contain himself. Dang, I'm going to cry again. The only character that made me cry, the dog. And I actually haven't seen that, and now I think I won't because I kind of don't want to cry. I'm kind of happy right now. I kind of don't really want to spoil my mood. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, get those flexes in and those hypees. So next thing before I move on, so I'm going to end that topic now. I think we're fine. We understand, you know, all that stuff, right? The stuff that we talked about, right? We all understand? Yes, we're good? Good. So, next item up, I'm just going to spend a moment before we move on from this one. So, you might have seen this. You might have seen this very recently in the last 2 streams. But yes, guys, for my birthday, I'm going to give the best boy all the attention he needs. So, if you want to help, so my birthday is coming in a couple of weeks' time in July. So it's getting closer and closer. So my birthday is coming in July. And I want this 59-inch Arcanine plushie because he is the bestest boy. Okay? This is my birthday gift from you guys. Yes? So, as my community gift, as my community present this year, I have been asking my community that if they have any spare bit of change over the next week or so, if you have any bit of spare change to help fund with the community to donate for the Giant Arcanine Plushie Gift Fund. So we have a gift fund set up for the lovely Arcanine. And if you have any couple of euro or dollars or anything like that spare, then all you have to do is click on my link tree, which is in the chat right now. And at the end of that link tree, yes, there is the PayPal tips right at the end of that one, right there. PayPal tips right there. And if you go on to that PayPal tips, you can donate a couple of euro or a couple of dollars, whatever it is, and you can help me get this Arcanine. We are pretty much 3/4 of the way there. Just under 3/4 of the way there. It is quite a spicy and pricey boy, to say the least, to buy this one. But if you do help out with the tipping, you will get a special photo/video of me with the Arcanine as a extra thank you as part of getting the Arcanine plushie in advance of my birthday, because it will take some time to ship, of course. And I actually have to go and collect it in Northern Ireland because they don't send to the Republic. Luckily, it's just over the border, so it's quite, you know, it's not that far away. It's about 90 minutes, roughly. So if you do want to help out, you can get a special adult-themed photo / video, probably both, of me with the Arcanine. So all you have to do is go to that PayPal tips, and if you have any little bit of spare change, it will go towards the gift fund to get this lovely bestest boy Arcanine. So we need 160 euro. We need 160 euro more. The total price, just in case you're not sure of how much he costs approximately 470 euro. We need 160 euro to go, which is approximately $510 in total. So that means we need about $180 until we get Best Boy. So if you do want to donate towards the gift fund for my birthday, just if you can chip in any little bit that you can, it would be very much appreciated. And I'll put your name down. Feel free to type in your username when you go onto the tips, so I can put your name down, so I can send you that that photo and video as a thank you when we get Bestest Boy. So please help out. I do highly encourage getting that Arcanine plushie, because not only will it keep me extremely happy, and it will bring a lot of happiness to myself. You guys will also get you'll also get to see the plushie probably very regularly on stream, because it's going to be a brand new redemption on the stream where you can simply redeem your points to get Bestest Boy, and we'll make sure we have a nice bit of fun with Bestest Boy when we do those redemptions. We can do it. Yeah, it's 59 inches, so it's quite a big boy, to say the least. Like, if you stand, like, there's actually, I think there's a photo. Yeah, there is a photo on that website of a, no, it's a Japanese woman. They're not quite, you know, they're not that tall. Neither am I. But where is that? 1 second there now. You'll see how big. Ah, there she is. Let me show you. So you can see an image of it lying down with this woman. So, like, it's quite big. That's why you said last night. So it is quite jumbo size. That's why you said last night. So you can just see how big it, you know, like you can just hug into it. It's big boy. Oh, she's cuddling with it. Oh yeah, she better cuddle. I'd actually be pissed off if she didn't cuddle. Like, we want Bestest Boy. I hope there won't be any issue. And this is her actually holding it, just for a size comparison. Now she's probably only like 4 foot or something, but you know, she's probably not very tall, but still, you get the idea. She's quite a big. It's quite a big boy to have, and I honestly will be very happy putting that into the back of my car and driving back to Dublin. To be honest, I'll be going down the motorway, and I'll be like, Bestest Boy. I'll actually have Bestest Boy. You know what? Do you know what I'll actually do? I'm gonna put Bestest Boy in the passenger seat, and I'm actually going to strap him in as well. So I'm gonna put the seatbelt around him. I'm actually going to take a video, and I'm going to be like, make my way downtown. I'm just gonna be me and Arcanine going southbound. Doodly doodly doo doodly 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 doo doodly. Yeah, we're going to be going all in on this. It's going to be the cutest thing AF. So please, if you do have a moment, if you do have a couple of dollars and you want to help gift this lovely Arcanine to myself for my upcoming birthday, so I get it in advance of the birthday, then feel free to go to that link tree, which is on your chats right now, or you can type in !socials at any point, or you can check it directly underneath this chat window, and feel free to put in your username with the donation so I can, you know, put it onto my list of getting you that special photo and video of me with Arcanine when we do get him. Now, why Arcanine? He's my favorite Pokemon. I wanted Arcanine. Like, I actually wanted a real life Arcanine since I was like 10 years old. And this is the closest I'm going to probably ever get to him, unless I literally find a dog that is kind of, well, is Arcanine. But yeah, I don't know how that will happen. So yeah, there we go. So there's my little plea. So if you do have a couple of euro or dollars, whatever your currency is, feel free to go to the link tree and tip away. Any little bit will help. Okay. Unless we actually start getting Pokemon as a, you know, to be. I wonder is that even possible? Like, obviously not. You know, like some sort of animatronic things. You never know with AI. They might do something there. Cats are superior. Nah, she didn't. Nah, Geraldine. We don't go there. We don't go there, Keck. Do not bring cats into it when I'm talking about Arcanine. That is just blasphemous. How dare you? How dare you? Now, to be fair, I grew up with cats and dogs. So, like, you know, I've had both animals. And I would have to say dogs are such amazingness. Cats have their own thing. If you are a cat person or if you're a dog person, like, they have their own strengths and weaknesses, let's say. But absolutely a dog person. Gengar rules all. Gengar gang. Gengar gang. Cats can be as big as us, but dogs won't. Have you ever seen some... One second. I'm just trying to... Okay, let me bring this to your attention. I remember seeing this ages ago. So, we're on about, like, biggest dogs in the world here, right? Like, these are huge dogs, 23 to 27 inches. Okay, we're going to go, like, right down. Like, look at this big boy. All right, 27 to 30 inches, 154 pounds. Like, these are huge dogs, you know what I'm saying? Like, these are massive motherfuckers. Like, if they go up on their hind legs, they're bigger than humans. This is them just down, you know? Saint Bernards, like we've all seen. Like, have you ever seen Beethoven, for example, the movie? Like, that would have been the famous dog from that. So fluffy, oh man, absolutely so fluffy. Like, the most fluffiest fluffy you can get. Like, I would love to have a dog like that, but dear God, trying to feed it is just, that's going to be next level. I always thought cats were more patient. Cats just don't, you know, you have to be very respectful of cats because cats don't take your shit. You know, cats can be very cute and cuddly when they want to be, but you have to give them that respect. Caucasian shepherd dog, a Russian bear dog. I'm just going to bring myself slightly over so you can see these better. The ads are def more annoying lately. Really? What type of ads are there nowadays? I don't know what that's like. Like, these are just examples of some huge cats. I'm sorry. Huge dogs. I literally was reading cats are not patient, says Aquatic. Cats want to kill you in your sleep. That's what cats want to do. Like, these dogs could easily kill you in your sleep, but do they? No. Cats are waiting. Cats are looking for the best opportune time, and oops, I just dropped that on you. Cats are schemers, you see. Tigers are cats still. Like, look at these big boys. Look at him. An Irish wolfhound. I actually saw 2 Irish wolfhounds the other day in Dublin. They weren't as big. I actually grew up with 2 gigantic Irish wolfhounds. Freaking gigantic. Like, there's literally a gate. It's over 6 foot, this gate. They could get up on their legs and look over it. They were terrifying. Sorry, I thought I typed petite. You know, some people keep wild cats as pets. Yeah, true. But like, just looking at, oh my god, a Neapolitan Mastiff. Damn, look at his big head. I just want to squeeze in between my, I just want to. I just want to squeeze, I just want to squeeze their heads. I also want to squeeze dogs' heads for some. It's so cute. Like, cats don't allow you to do that. Cats will kill you if you try to do that. And this guy, well, he has all the layers. Whoa. Well, hello. That's one sexy dog. An English Mastiff. Big. Ooh, hello. Damn. In terms of mass, they're the biggest, but not the tallest. They served as watchdogs for thousands of years. I think he would flatten a cat, just saying. And I mean like a domestic cat. I'm not on about tigers and, you know. But up to 220 pounds. Some bodybuilders weigh that. You know what I'm saying? So man, there's some big ones. Where was that photo that I wanted to show you though? I don't, is this, 1 second. It doesn't, I wanted to show you a photo of a dog that I saw before. There he is. Oh, okay. Is there a way that I can show you, it won't, I'm just trying to show you this. Come on, load. Look. Tell me that you don't want to squeeze his face. Tell me. Tell me you just don't want to squeeze it. Like you just want to... Yeah, and that's where you lose a hand when you do that, I suppose. But like, look at how fluffy. It's so fluffy. I'm gonna die. It's so fluffy. Like, look, it's just fluff. Yeah, exactly. It's fluff. That's the closest to Arcanine. But without the price tag. I want to squeeze my face between the twins too. But I could squeeze his face too. Like, it's just, man, it's so fluffy. I wonder how much these dogs actually cost. So actually, sorry. I wonder how much these dogs actually cost to look at this one. The Tibetan Mastiff. Like, dear, what is this? Look at this mane. Like, it's like a lion. It's like a lion. Do you know how the lion has their mane and stuff like around them? It's oh, puppy. Yeah, puppy. Yeah, definitely. Definitely, that's a big puppy. Shedding season? Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't know about the shedding, man, but there's one. That's a canine lion. It's a big boy. It's very, very, very fluffy looking. And I'm here for it. I'm here for it, people. I need to start. What do you mean enter rest mode? Oh, yeah. I clicked on the right thing. But yes, so it's... I'm just giving examples of, so if you're just joining, we're just looking at some of the world's biggest dogs, breeds of dogs. But yeah, so we went from impersonation to talking about dogs, and my gift for Arcanine, the gift of Arcanine, should I say. I could have Arcanine, guys, probably by like next weekend. You know what I'm saying? Like if we can get in that Arcanine, like if we can get that gift fund done in the next like two streams, let's say this stream and next stream, I could very possibly have it by the next weekend. So just saying, it could be sooner rather than later. And all I need is about €160, and that will be my birthday present from my lovely community. Wouldn't that just be great? Wouldn't it just be great? Let me... Where the hell is... There it is. So, what we're going to do now on the stream, guys, is that we're going to go into some gameplay, because I have not actually been gaming for quite a while, in terms of on stream, that is. So we're going to have a look. Now, before I go on to the gaming, just a little note there again. There's 15% off J for Pay for the month of June. Happy Pride Month, people. So there's 15% off. There's over 440 videos there. New videos every week. So if you do want to see a different type of content, exclusive content of J Cottz and Co., then check out the J for Pay. In the meantime, though, I'm going to be bringing up a game that we have played before. Now, crying in devaluated pesos. We're still milking that one, glam. No, it's not marbles, guys. We've played enough of that stuff. I want a game. I deserve game time. It's like, yeah, Jay, you're a gamer and you stream, but when was the last time you actually gamed on stream? I'm like, like 2 weeks ago. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, we've been playing constantly. Like, of course, we've been playing our community games all the time, but we haven't, like, there was that quick game that we played, which was shit, and, you know, it lasted like 20 minutes or whatever. But yes, so what I'm going doing, I'm going having a quick game of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. And the reason why I'm bringing this up now out of all times is that in my own spare time, like, as you guys remember, about a month ago, we finished this game, as in the main storyline live on stream. It was about a month ago or so, right? Maybe a bit longer. And then I took a break from it. So what I did, like what I've been doing since I had my arm injury, is I've actually been going back and playing it a little bit here and there, doing lots of the side content. So what I've gotten up to in terms of side content is that I got all of the world proto relics completed to unlock a secret boss, which for anyone who paid attention during all that was Gilgamesh. So Gilgamesh will be quite a well-known Final Fantasy character. And I went back pretty much to get proto relics and I completed all of the card games as well. I've every single card game done, all 30 games of cards, and I'm now the champion. I also beat the Blood Queen herself. So I got all that done. I have all the proto relics done now, besides the one that Gilgamesh actually has. So pretty much just the basic storyline is that all of the different proto relics that we gathered over the course of our adventures were actually different parts of the Genji armor that would be synonymous with, for example, Gilgamesh. So we were going around finding his armor, and now we pretty much delivered it back to him. So now Gilgamesh, which was laughable when we were fighting him in the past, is now going to be probably like Super Saiyan mode, and he'll be, I don't know how many secret bosses there are in this game, but he's probably like the secret boss. Now there might be other ones, I have no idea, but you know, it takes quite, like, he's the culmination of a lot of effort, and before you can even fight Gilgamesh, you have to go to these 3 shrines here, on the outside, and you, in each of these 3 shrines, you have to fight 2 of the summons that's in that shrine. So for example, one of them was Bahamut, and I think it was what was it? And I think it was like Alexander, you know. And then another one was like Odin, and who was Odin paired up with? I'm trying to remember. There was Kujata and Phoenix as one. And then there was Odin and someone else. I just can't think off the top of my head who was the other one. No, it was Odin and Alexander, and then it was Bahamut, and who the hell was the other person who was linked with? I'll have to go and find out. But yeah, basically you had to have these big battles against like the max settings of each of these summons. So not exactly simple fights. Not impossible by any means, but definitely not simple. Definitely a step up from what I'm used to. I'm going to find out which one it was, because it will come up on my list here. Oh yeah, it was Titan. Yeah, pain in the ass. But yeah, so just kind of, you had to have 6 battles before that. And now we are right in front of Gilgamesh, I believe. I haven't fought him before, so I have no idea what to expect. But I said, hey, why not go and try a little bit of Final Fantasy VII Gilgamesh? Well, we're actually live on stream, so I can actually check what the fight is like and get my ass probably handed to me until I figure out how to actually win. I still have my Pride shirts from Primark from 2018. They're my favorite Pride shirts. Well, look, if you wear, if they are still good to go, they are good to go. Like, some people change their clothes all the time, even clothes they barely ever wear. But you're out. What? But you're out, slave. How dare you have free will? You're our slave. I mean, you're our friend. Says Luke. Vesperian says, never have I ever got distracted looking at someone I found cute and tripped or did something stupid. I probably did. I'll drink to it because I probably did. I just can't remember off the top of my head, really. But yeah. Can I hear? Yeah, okay, cool. A Primani classic. Where's Gilgamesh? He should be around here, right? So this is the destination, so... Oh, maybe he's over here. Ah, there he is. Of course, the big, huge thing over there. Yeah, of course that's Gilgamesh. Let's see what Gilgamesh is gonna...
Wandering far and wide, my sleep broken only by clamorous silence. Floating like a butterfly, as transient as the winds. My soul pale and wan, bereft of Genji's splendor, I begin to fade. Until my very essence melts away like morning mist. But hope springs anew. For the Genji is made whole, perfect and sublime. So for Gilgamesh, it's Morphin time!
Oh my god, it's Power Rangers. Chris Stack, Big Muscle Flexing, welcome to you. Thanks for pressing the follow button.
Restored of who I am, whence I came, and why I have been bounding twixt dimensions. But I dare not tarry here. My nemesis and I have a score to settle. Fare thee well.
Hey, what the hell are we? Chopped liver?
Come to think of it, we have our own score to settle, don't we? Though these worlds be infinite, there is room in them for but one bladesman. And to prove it, I shall divest you of your weapon. Here and now, I will have that Buster Sword. No. Then I shall prize it from your cold, dead hand.
Whoa! Okay, nice little introduction there to Gilgamesh. As I said, it's been a while since you guys would have saw some Final Fantasy VII Rebirth gameplay, and to answer your question there, Christak, I loved playing this game. We finished it about a month ago, and then I took a couple of weeks break away from it. So I was in my own spare time when I got injured. I spent, I got some time. Somehow I got some time to go back and do lots of the side content, including all of the card games. And now the proto relics, so this is our first time going to fight Gilgamesh, so we're going to have a look and see what he's all about, and as the kind of secret boss of the game, or maybe there's multiple, I have no idea, but we shall find out. But let's have a look at Gilgamesh. No problem at all. It's a little bit sore, but we're getting there. We're getting there. It's a lot better than what it was in terms of bruising anyway, but I'm not going to be back to normal for a while. Jay non-stop fangirled about Barrett, and he came out last month to this game. He had a giant rainbow cake on stream. Come on, Barrett is hot. Leave me alone. It's not my fault I was girling for him. He's hot, man. Alright, let's have a look at... I'm just going to slightly turn down the game volume on my side because it's going to probably get quite loud. So what I need to firstly do, what I need to do in any fight... Ooh. He hits hard, but what I need to do is just get an assess on him because I need to assess the situation. Oh shit, I clicked the wrong button. Yeah, that was a waste of my time. Ooh, hello. I need to assess him, Jay. Don't click on the wrong button again. Okay, so he's summoned he's gonna have out the different weapons. Okay, that's cool. He's... as he should. Okay, let me get an assess. I want to see what the situation is here. Okay, let's have a look. So he's a weak to fire. He's also weak to a couple of different status effects and also poison. So I can definitely lower him down a bit. So blocking Gilgamesh's attacks at the right time or inflicting enough damage will pressure him, forcing him to drop one of his weapons, thus decreasing the potency of his attacks. While his Genji shield is active, it will absorb all incoming damage, reduce its HP to 0 to destroy the shield, and make Gilgamesh susceptible to pressure. So pretty much it's all about blocking or inflicting enough damage to pressure him. Especially when he has a weapon out. Okay, and then when his shield is out, I have to break the shield because he's immune. And then pressurize him more. Okay, so pretty much... let's see how it is. Okay, he has a lot of... Wow, he has a lot more health than everything else I fought in this game anyway. So he has a lot of health. So it could be a bit of a long fight, but look, it is a secret boss, I guess, in a way. So yeah. So let's have a... Let's get it started. I'd almost like restart the... Yeah, I'm just going to restart the battle now that I know what I'm up against. Because then it's just better that way. I cheat. Soz, not soz. Because all I tried to do at the start was just get an assess of the situation. So now that I know, now I can actually play a little bit better. Woo! Let's go, Tiffy. Ah, damn, I tried to block. Block did not work. It's too late. God damn it. Yeah, he's a very fast boy. Okay, let's get some hastes going up on ourselves. We need to get some hastes going. I always like to haste my characters right off the bat once I can get the appropriate... Take my microphone slightly off. Okay, so he always seems to do Mazamora first. So... I'm gonna back off with Tifa. I need to try and get him. I want to kind of deep-protect him. I'm gonna start healing in a moment. I just need to get my buffs up on each character first. Then I'll be a little bit more defensive until I get a proper grip of the situation, you know? Actually, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to do a quick recovery because I'm in a little bit of a bad spot here. I can do it quickly. Giving up to a little bit comfortable. Oh, he got me on the end. Ooh. Oh, okay. Where did he get all these buffs from? I'm not sure where he got all these buffs, but I'm just going to do a massive... Ooh. Okay, just pretty much raising everyone up. Okay, I'm going to get barriers on people now, so they're taking a lot less damage. Okay, he temporarily seems to buff himself. Oof. I'm just getting up barriers to reduce damage on people. So he seems to put some debuff and starts to attack people when he puts that debuff on. Okay, now he's changed to axe mode. So I'm going to back away. Shit, he got me. And okay, so axe can bound you. I'm going to have to break Tifa out of that if I can. Okay, she's broken, but she's also quite broken in terms of her HP, quite low. I'm just going to change to this side of the screen because you can see the health and stuff a lot better. Oh shit, he just got Tifa. As I threw a heal on Tifa, she died. Don't you just hate when that stuff happens? Like you literally just missed the heal because he got there at the final second. Oh, God damn it. I'm trying to get away from him so I can actually toss, I'm gonna have to toss, Cure. I'll let Barrett heal, res her because he's far away, so he shouldn't get hit while he's doing it. See, when you're casting magic, you're very susceptible to damage because you can easily be interrupted as well. Oh.
This fight's not over yet.
Okay, let's get myself back to good graces. Get Tifa healed up, please. I need to get some debuffs on him, but I'm just slowly pressuring him, but needs a lot more. Summon Banana Fan. What's a Banana Fan? Oh, we're going to find out, won't we? I'm going to try and deprotect him again. It doesn't seem to have... Okay, I think it's just until I can pressure him, he keeps his buffs up from what I can see. Okay, the counter stance I mistimed it because he ran after Tifa instead. Okay, this is where I probably can do the counter stance. Oh, come on, he was count... Oh. Okay, so he was bound, so it's different. Nice. Good pressure, dropped his weapon. Let's get a focus shot on him, and Tifa come in for a focus strike. Good go. You go, Tifa. Don't die, Cloud. It's like 1 millis. There it goes. That's exactly what I wanted to happen there. Getting a little bit pain on him. Unbridled strike. Omni strike. Let's get a dive kick on him. Cloud, get out. He heals. Heal, 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 heal. It's the best time to give him heals now as he has unlimited mana. There's the heals. Good, the heals are out. Okay, he's pressured again. So this is a good time to not drive focus strike him. Okay, I have a summon on its way, it looks like. Ooh, Excalibur is coming out now. He's just going through all of the different weapons that he's known for, which is pretty good actually. Oh, was Excalibur? Lovely. No matter.
I'm the bladesman of legend. So come, and I shall make proof of the truth of my title.
Let's get Bahamut.
Give him a show, will you?
Let's go, Bahamut. It's go time, girls. I need some big heals coming, so I'm going to get Cloud, because Cloud can cast a lot of healing. There's a lot of healing potential. I'm just going to get him away from everyone so he has some time. Once again, when you're healing, you're very much open to attacks. Okay, great. Barrett's back to good. Let's get a synergy going. Let's get some refocus. While they're doing that, Tifa, do your thing. I want to try and see, can I deprotect him again? Okay, yes, he got deprotected that time. Let's get another haste. Ah, shit, he doesn't have mana, so let's go and get some mana for him. Now give him a haste. Oh shit, he's gonna... What the hell? I'm gonna back away okay. Oh shit, Genji shield is back out. Okay, so I'm gonna give Tifa a quick heal, and then I'm gonna have to go all in on the Genji shield, because the Genji shield absorbs everything. Okay, but first I need to get a haste up on Cloud and Barrett. Jesus Christ, he hits so hard, doesn't he? As he should, because he's a secret boss. But I'm literally just buffing up my team little by little now, so I'm trying to get myself back into the battle after a quick, let's say, break. Ooh, he has Excalibur again. Okay, so I'm going to get Tifa out to do a two-step avalanche. Use a nice synergy. So my purpose here is just to get some damage in on him so he drops that Excalibur as quick as frickin' possible. Because I think it might be very nasty if he does get to play with his Excalibur. Okay, he's pressured again, so that means he... Ooh, he's pressured, and the Giga Flare is coming off from the Mammut. Not bad for a first try so far. Nice big hit. Hopefully that will be enough to... Let's get a focus shot in him while he's pressured. Get that pressure. Ooh, that pressure's almost full. Let's get one more hit on him, and let him drop his Excalibur. Perfect. Okay, get into Punisher mode. Come on, Cloud. Let's get in a Braver. Barrett will overcharge. Get up for a big maximum. Tifa, get in. Slap him with a lovely star shower. You go, girl. And Cloud, just keep hitting him. Okay, we're almost halfway. So let's see what he's going to be doing next, because you just know he's not going to be happy with that, right? So now, since I know I'm getting a little bit low on the mana side, I'm going to start giving some attention to my guy's mana. So I won't have an issue shortly. Okay, that's good. Let's see how we are now. Let's do a Relentless Rush. Get that pressure being built up again. Good. Okay, now focus on building some extra pressure on him with focus shots. See, I want to get that pressure on him as quick as possible because I want him to drop that weapon again. Okay, Tifa is now pressured, so since she's pressured, I'm going to use a limit to kind of break him out of it, hopefully. That's Cloud's job. And he's still pressured. My health is fine. Okay, Tifa's been broken out. Okay, great, she's broken out. Okay, this pressure's stopping them. Okay, now I'm going to go... Oh, damn it. Oh, okay, great. I just got that block in just in time. Okay, now I'm going to do a quick group heal and get back to focusing on him again. How is my haste? Okay, haste is still up. That's good. So that's fine. Don't have to worry too much. Like, I could start giving myself like buffs of bravery and things. It would be good, but it just doesn't last that long, you know? Just trying to figure it. Let's do an ATB boost. So once again, trying to pressure him. Good. Oh, lovely dance there, but Tifa just got slapped at the end of that earthquake. Good. Dance around him. Good job, Cloud. Let's get a Brave on him, please. Big hits. Oh, shit, he broke much through it. Hate when they break through it at the last second. He's almost staggered again. Which would be a lovely time, actually. Oh, shit, actually, that's not a good time to do that. Uh-oh. Have to get Cloud up. He's very low. Then make him dance around until he gets to heal. Okay, good. Now, can I get a good synergy out of it? Good. So I'm going to let them synergize. Swordman Supreme. Ah, cup. Yeah. Good. Braver. Maximum shot. And Tifa has a... Ooh, this is going to be sexy. This is going to be very sexy. Tifa has a mini break for this. Oh, sexy. We love a good sexy Tifa. Kicking some ass, dudes. Get in quick braver. Barrett, you have an overcharge. Good. Okay, less than a quarter health to go. Okay, what's he going to do now? Oh, he's counting down to something. So he's counting down to some sort of mega ability, it looks like. Luke, if you're telling me to die, I'll kick the shit out of you. I will not be impressed. Like, go Jay, die. Yeah, I guess it's a countdown to finish him off before you have to try and interrupt him before that timer else he'll kill you. It's kind of like how like Bahamut does like you know how kind of Bahamut does if we like Giga Flares and stuff in previous games. I think it's probably the same type of thing. Okay, I'm going to get some buffs on me just again, so I have to rebuff myself. So I'm just getting Barrett to give me some hastes around the team. Got one on Cloud, now I'm going to give one on Tifa. Tifa's low on mana, so... Just need to kind of get some... Give me a drive kick. Drive kick's usually quite good. Ah, she missed with the drive kick. Come on, Tifa. 2? Oh, shit. Okay, what I could do is I could go a little defensive maybe. Get some barriers up, get big heals up. I'm going to do barrier. I'll get a barrier up on Barrett right away. Because like, oh shit. Okay, he just got... I don't know what just happened there. He got interrupted anyway. Okay, I need to get big heals up because... people are dipping dangerously low. Oh, come on. Don't... Okay, get in that barrier. Did I just get barriering him? Okay, get barriering Cloud. Don't know if Tifa can... what can I do? I don't have any re-raise. Avalanche... Something I can do because I don't know how strong this. I hope it doesn't kill me straight out. Or maybe. Okay, well, it didn't kill me outright because my barrier probably halved the damage. Well, so I'm going to go straight into healing mode. Shit, I'm silenced. Fuck. Give me a mixed Giga. stupid. I need to get him into stagger as quick as frickin' possible, so I'm just gonna do some limit breaks. That should do it. Keep him in the corner if I can. I know limit breaks are best obviously during the stagger, but I don't really. I'm trying to get him into stagger. Yes, he's pressured again. That's exactly where I need him to be. Okay, back away, Cloud. You're getting dangerously low again. Hey, is shit on the ground. Okay. Okay, good. Okay, Cloud is back into infinite mana. Good. That's exactly what I like to see. Now that will give me time to build up the pressure on him again. Now Tifa can't seem to get close to him. Okay, oh, he came for Tifa instead. Oh, okay, Tifa just got in that heal. Perfect. Let's get that overcharge. Build up that pressure. If I get that stagger, he's dead. I just have to get to the stagger. Because he's going nuts right now. As you can see, he's chopping down their health. Okay, I have to get Tifa a big heal. And Cloud is... Ah, fuck! Just as I was casting the heal on her. Shit, and now he's out of... Very bad timing there. Jesus, he almost has Cloud down too. Give him an elixir. Give him an X potion. It's the fastest. Okay, he's going to be doing his countdown again. Oh, just got in that big heal. I need to get Tifa back, to be honest. Give it a bit of security. Oh, he just turned me into a frog. Oh, well, that's perfect, isn't it? Do I have... not exactly what I want. Okay, I should have... Antidote, smelling salts, Weximus, cure, gold needle, detrimental, just give him a remedy, fuck it. Get rid of all his stats effects. Okay. Let's get back to it now, Barrett, please. Let's give Tifa a huge heal before she gets smacked in the face again. Ooh, Tifa has her limit break up. Okay. Oh! Just in time for the limit break. Oh! Ooh, we did it. Now, is there more, I wonder?
On this particular occasion, you are a most formidable foe. This realm's Bladesman of Legend.
Bladesman of Legend, huh? Thanks, but I don't deserve the title. Not yet.
Not until you have defeated your rival, I presume. Then your claim to my treasures is forfeit. You must best this rival of yours if you are to prove yourself worthy. And when you have, you will face me again.
It'll cost you.
Indeed. Well, more of your ilk await me in worlds beyond. It is time I saw to their undoing.
You, forget the way back?
One as well traveled as I forget? Never!
Countless are the realms which I have explored. Crossing the void is but a trifle. Perhaps here?
Wow.
The loathsome whelp.
Utilizing the data I've acquired, I can extrapolate points of convergence. By which I mean rifts in space-time.
What thaumaturgy is this?
Temporal rift located. Look, there it is.
Aha!
And now to clean it open. I am in your debt. Well,
Just as I was indebted to you for the data you've provided. Now we're even.
huh? Huh. This time I took my leave of you and your world. May we meet again upon the field of battle. Should the fates allow, I shall pray for it. Oh, valiant souls, I bid you good health.
He's so extra,
good
isn't he?
fortune, and goodbye. Prepare yourselves, warriors of light.
Ooh, a reference.
Quite a character, isn't he?
That's one way of putting it.
Next order of business. I was able to obtain a vast amount of interdimensional data, which I have put to very good use. For example, summoning materia. Gilgamesh will surely prove to be both an
Oh,
effective
Gilgamesh is a
and
summon,
amusing ally.
okay.
I've also created new transmuter chips based on proto-relic data. With them, you'll be able to craft functional replicas of each piece of the legendary Genji armor. And so, this marks the end of our quest for the proto-relics. Nevertheless, our journey is far from over. The world is still teeming with secrets. I trust you're as eager to continue as I am, Cloud.
You're quite a character yourself, Chadley.
Fuck off, Chadley. I'm sorry, I didn't get to say that in such a long time on stream, so I'm taking full opportunity to say fuck off, Chadley. The Warriors of Light reference will be reference to Final Fantasy. Well, the old the kind of original Final Fantasies, because they would have been dubbed the Warriors of Light. Dang Chadley. Hey Pensword and hey Ultima Puff Dragon. Hello, hello, hello. OP Barry, big muscle flexing. Thank you for the subscription, man. Much, much appreciated. 3 months. I think that's an upgrade to the badge at that stage, isn't it? But thank you so much. And also to Bluer Fire Elf, big muscle flexing. Welcome to. We have a red Fire Elf as well, actually. So now we have a blue and red. I can't wait for green and orange and all the other Fire Elves. We'll find them eventually, I'm sure. So Chadley has added brutal and legendary challenges to the combat simulator. Conquer the legendary trials to unlock battles in which you fight alongside Sephiroth and Zack, as well as their respective training courses. Note that brutal and legendary fights are automatically set to hard difficulty regardless of your current settings.
What a beautiful thing it is to travel the world. I only wish that I had been afforded the opportunity to do so soon.
It's been a long journey. Oh, Pete Barry, congratulations on the badge. What material can I develop here? Oh, might as well just develop them all. Ooh, rearrays. What's that? Allows you to use magic that can automatically revive allies if they fall in battle. Ooh, hell yeah. Let's have a quick look at these brutal and legendary simulators. Where are we? Oh, I can just move over. So we have a couple of brutals, and we have a couple of legendaries. So all the brutals seem to be. Oh, okay. Oh, I guess you have to do one. Oh, okay, you have to complete one after the other. Army of the Damned, 10 rounds, only available at hard difficulty. A series of 3-person fights in which you pick your team. Let me just click on who can I thought it said I can like... Oh. Okay, I thought it said that. Maybe it's legendary? A series of solo fights for Cloud. Solo fights for Barret, Tifa, Aerith, Red, Yuffie, Kate Sith. Why can't you cannot undertake this challenge with okay. You have not unlocked this challenge. Bonds of friendship. A ribbon. And then about to be a hero. I thought it said you like play alongside Sephiroth and stuff. Where is that? I'm very sure it definitely said something about you can play with Zack and Sephiroth. But I don't see it. Must be somewhere. Unless maybe they come... Let me just... Level 70. Maybe they... I'm just going to have a quick look here. Maybe they hop in. And just... Maybe they hop in with the fight... in the fight with you? Me no see Sephiroth. Or Zack. And I... Yeah. I thought I wanted to see that. Is F15 Royal Edition any good? I ended up finding one at a thrift store the other day. Never played FF. Well, I didn't really particularly like Final Fantasy 15, but they did, to my knowledge, change a lot of the crap that happened with the original, with the Royal Edition. So I'd imagine the Royal Edition is good. They'd also have lots of the DLC and stuff added in as well. I think you have to unlock it. Thought I heard something like that. I thought it was just let me just try the legendary. Maybe they join in with you at legendary. Because I'm very sure it said you like they're training. No, okay. So I was really, unless they jump in from something, no. Because I was really sure that it said that you can do their like their training ones too. I couldn't see it. I'm playing FF7 Remake Integrate right now before I get into Rebirth. I haven't played Remake since the pandemic was ongoing. Ah, okay. Yeah, you're going to be in for a good time. You're going to be in for a good time at Remake. Like, Remake is a really good game. It's quite linear in its structure. This game is very non-linear in that respect, which is also really good. But yeah, I guess just because of how the story is, it kind of makes a bit of sense why it is linear. But like, if you like, you know, it is Remake is a really good game.
Incomplete trials can provide me with useful data.
Shut the fuck up, Chadley.
Cloud, good news. I was able to compile all relevant world intel data. I can't thank you enough. Now that the work is done, I can show you the fruits of our labor. If you wouldn't mind, Cloud.
You gave me some goggles. You useless goddamn program. I'm an X-Man now.
Here,
I'm...
have a look.
What is this?
The sum total of our intel. The world we call home.
Chadley's final boss confirmed. He's going to gather all the intel and then use it against us.
Hey, remember those monstrosities, Cloud? Would have been a real handful without my help. Like that one, and that one, and that one. Ah, just look at them all. So many wonderful memories to treasure. Wouldn't you agree, Cloud?
Mai, please refrain from interrupting me. This is important.
All right.
The real reason I asked you to gather so much data was so that I could archive it. For a project I call the Arc Library. As you know, the planet is in a precarious position. Shinra's Mako reactors are draining the world dry. Wutai and the SRC speak of war. The weapons in Genova stir. And now, Sephiroth. No one knows what the future holds for us. Indeed, It could be that our annihilation is imminent. So I want to preserve all I can. Everything. From the quotidian to the extraordinary. It all deserves to be remembered.
It's not going anywhere. We will save the planet.
Right. I'm sure you will. I have every faith in you, Cloud. To protect this world of ours, I will support you to the bitter end.
Until he turns on us and kills us all. I hope Chadley dies in the beginning of the next game. Somehow he just gets deleted. And that might... that they introduce into this game too.
Unexplored corners of our planet, where more discoveries no doubt await. Our quest for knowledge is far from over.
Yeah, I want to push him down some stairs, but like I'd have to pretty much hijack his mainframe or something and maybe push that down the stairs because he probably won't feel it otherwise, you know? I just have to figure out a way just to destroy him. I think that's literally the only thing I can do. It also said that I get access to some transmutable thingies. The Genji armor. Where's the Genji? Ah, there it is. Ooh, breaks the... Okay, so if you wear these... Okay, so if you wear the gloves, you break the 9,999 damage limit. If you wear the earrings, you increase damage dealt by 15%, but also increases damage taken by 15%. If you wear the ring, reduces damage taken by 15%, but also reduces damage dealt. Not exactly exciting. Just those 3 Genji pieces? I would have like the breaking the damage limit could be good, but like you kind of rarely, well, maybe if you're a higher level, maybe you can break it easier, but you kind of don't really break it anyway. It's rare that I even get anywhere near 9,999, but yeah. Maybe I'll just watch the DLCs on YouTube instead or something. Well, yeah, Kick, you could, like, I'd say go and play it. Like, it is overall a decent game. It wasn't the game that really excited me, Final Fantasy 15 that is, but I'm sure they did change up a lot of the stuff since the original. But by then I never played Royal because I was like, you already messed up. I'm not going back and playing it, you know? Send him a virus in an email. I'm just going to pretend that I'm like the Nigerian prince and he's going to inherit like all the money and he might just fall for it. Do you think he'll fall for it? I don't know. He seems a little bit smarter than that. You won't just play the DLCs, watch the people's playthroughs for us. Yeah, like, yeah, the DLCs are just, yeah, I haven't played the DLCs because there was no way I was buying that shit. Yeah, the game was just a mess. Like, yeah, it was just a mess. How it's all structured and stuff, you know. So, yeah. So pretty much all I have to do to kind of pretty much 100% this game, it looks like at the moment, I still have like 3 side quests to do in Gongaga. Then I have 1 side quest to do in Coral, which is a chocobo racing, and that's a lot of chocobo racing, so yay. And then the Nibel region, I have 2 side quests to do, and everything's done in the game. Outside of those battles that just unlocked there. So I think that's literally the entire game complete after that. But that would be another, I don't know, how many hours of gameplay? 10 hours maybe? I'm not sure. But Yeah, so yeah, I'm pretty happy. I do want to. I would like to see Gil. So we got the summon materia for Gilgamesh. It would be kind of nice to see what he's like in battle. So, but trying to get that out might be a bit difficult. Let's give it a Tifa. Gilgamesh. It's only 1 star. Boo. Wields a collection of weapons that deal damage with repeated flamboyant attacks. Ultimate Illusion deals a massive amount of non-elemental damage. Requires 2 ATB charges. Invoke Gilgamesh to aid you in battle as well as confer stat bonuses to the summoner. Okay. And then I got brand new materia, which is the automatic resing, which is, I want her that re-raise. Allows you to use the magic that can automatically revive allies. So that could be very useful, so. Why do I have 2 healing materia on? Okay, I obviously made an oopsie there. I gave Yuffie 2 healing materia for some reason. I'll just give it the re-raise. But isn't there always a version of Final Fantasy that some fans don't like? Well, if I look at the different, I wish I had like a tier list, you know, and I could just put in the Final Fantasies into it. If I look at the, wait, actually, could I? Give me a second. Let me do a quick research. But is there a way that I could get like the Final Fantasies? Maybe there's a template that I could use, maybe. Let's see, remake, legends, characters, games. Is there like a game one that I could easily just do? Character. Hey, Unholy Cookie, how are you, man? Final Fantasy main series? Is that? Okay. Oh, we do. We actually do have a tier list. There is a template for this tier list. Good. Okay, so what I would say, okay, is there a way that I could like make this bigger on the screen? I'm not used to using the template, so I'm just, yeah, S up there. Does it have all of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I'm just gonna go. I haven't even looked at all of them, but I'd imagine they're all there. I can only kind of speak for games that I've played, I suppose. But okay, guys, what we're gonna take a moment. It's gonna be more than a moment. But what we're gonna do is we are going to actually. Can I download the image? It'll be easier. But then I'd have to insert. I wouldn't be able to insert them that way, would I? No. Okay, I'll have to do that later. Okay, I can just do it like this for right now. I think that would be a good way to do it. But okay, so what I would say, so okay, if we have from S tier, so S tier, the creme de la creme, all the way down to D tier. I'm going to go through each of the Final Fantasies and we can have a discussion on them, of course. So I suppose start where it all started, which is Final Fantasy 1. Now, where would I put Final Fantasy 1 on this tier list? Now, I played Final Fantasy 1 well after, like, quite late, I suppose, in my Final Fantasy compilation of games that I've played. So, like, I have to remember, ultimately, with Final Fantasy 1, that it was, well, where it all started. So, it was extremely basic. Yeah, it was extremely basic. There wasn't really much to it. When you kind of got to the final area, you had to kind of refight some of the bosses you already fought, which I thought was really annoying. But it was extremely basic. Yeah, we're ranking FF games, Dub, and guys, feel free if you want to chime in at the same time. Yeah, of course. It was made in 1989. Well, I probably will just go C tier. I'll keep it away from D because, it is made in a different time, but it wasn't really an exciting game for me. I thought it was, well, of course, it was very bland, but it is where it all began. Okay, so Final Fantasy 2. Has anyone played Final Fantasy 2? And if so, what are your opinions on Final Fantasy 2? So for me, for Final Fantasy 2 is a bit of, they extended the dialogue. They tried to make characters actually seem like people a little bit. The dialogue was still very clunky, but it was an attempt. Well, I didn't really like. I didn't give a shit really much about the storyline. It was quite bland, but I didn't like the level up system in place because basically to level up your stuff in Final Fantasy 2, you had to use them. You had to kind of use, like, there was no mana, such you just had to keep using the abilities again and again. So for example, you could keep hitting yourself in at the start of the game, and you can level up and be overpowered extremely early into the game, and it just kind of ruins the rest of the game. Now, and if you didn't do that, then the game is quite difficult, but like, you're going to cheese it. I just didn't like I guess, the main system that it was based on. The original 2 was better than 1 in the sense that it actually had a bit of a story. Like, yeah, there was definitely a bit of a story with the Emperor, but dear Lord, the leveling system was not it. And there were so many empty rooms. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I think they should remake and remaster the earliest Final Fantasy games because most players don't know the first 4 to 6 games. It would be a good idea. You could even put them in a compilation. Like, you could blow them up and make them something special. But like lots of the early Final Fantasy games, they had a very, like, usually you had, you had the crystals, and then you just had to go out and find the crystals. That was and then kill bad guy. That was kind of the main storyline for the first like 5 Final Fantasies, S. Focalus, big muscle flexing, welcome to you. Thanks for pressing the follow on. What I would say about Final Fantasy 2, I think I would put it at a C tier as well. I think it's quite similar to 1. It's just slightly better. It's better in terms of story because it actually had a story to tell. But the leveling up system was horrendous. Yeah, I think that's pretty fair, putting it at a C. Yeah, you could do it like Dreamers Edition, like they did with Kingdom Hearts before 3 came out. Yeah, you could do something like that. You could just put them all together in a big compilation, just add a little bit extra into them or something. Okay, Final Fantasy 3. What are your thoughts on Final Fantasy 3? Where is Final Fantasy 3? There it is. I can't really start judging until Tactics on 7. Okay, so Final Fantasy 3, it was better than the first 2 in terms that they tried harder with more storyline. The world was bigger. They started introducing some of the very well-known mechanics that we have to this day. Like, they started introducing lots of the traveling systems, like, you'd have the boats and all that type of stuff. Lots of that came with 3. Like, properly with 3. So it was a much bigger game than 1 and 2. My biggest probably criticism with Final Fantasy 3, it wasn't particularly interesting, nor... the leveling system was better because they took out the stupid system that they had with 2. And what I found annoying with number 3 is that it was quite uneven with its difficulty. So like, you could literally just go and you're chugging along nicely. It's nicely paced, and then all of a sudden difficulty spike out of nowhere. And which forces you then to do a lot of grinding. So this is where lots of the grinding would have came in. I'm just gonna set my mouse down at C for a second. I haven't put it anywhere else. I just don't want to keep my finger clicked on it. but the grinding, you had to do a hell of a lot of grinding in number 3. Now in number 2, and you had to do a lot of grinding too, because you're going to just constantly reuse the same abilities to get them as powerful as possible. But with number 3, you literally had to do a lot of leveling to get past some of the dungeons, because the difficulty spikes literally came out of nowhere, and leveling was a bit on the slow side. Number 3 was a step back, says Unholy Cookie, in characters, since they literally don't have a personality, but the world was cool and it was the first job system. The DS remake is really good. I haven't played the DS remake. I only got to play I played the original 3, and then I played the Pixel remaster of 3, which the DS version apparently is better. I heard that. But yeah, the world is definitely a lot better in 3. The overall, like as I said, introduction to systems and stuff. But yeah, the difficulty spikes in particular were just a little, and which resulted in heavy grinding. It kind of got boring. It got tedious. I think I would see. The thing is, I can't put them all at C, because it is better. Maybe I should put 1 and 2 at D tier, and then put number 3 at C tier. Maybe that would make more sense. Yeah, I'll do that for now. Like, I might change my mind later. I'll put I'll do 1 and 2 at D tier, and then I'll put 3 at C tier. That might be a bit more appropriate. Now that could change again, because but I have to kind of base literally my rankings on something, and I can't be like, well, they're all C. Something has to be D. And I honestly think number 1 and number 2 are really bad games. Now, once again, based on their time and stuff, they were probably good, but let's move on to number 4. So opinions on number 4. Number 4 is where they added the world was bigger, the characters were more fleshed out, there was a lot more dialogue between characters. They really started to get personality and stuff like that. Now I'm gonna actually bring up FF4 characters, just so we have like a little bit of stuff there to kind of base what we're talking about. Actually, I'll bring them up like that. Yeah. So like the cast, like they really expanded the cast and the different characters. So this will be your Final Fantasy 14 characters here. So they really did try to expand the cast. Now the main bad guy in the game was Golbez, essentially. And it was interesting as well, because the main character, one of the main characters, which would have been Kane, he was generally like against you, but he was kind of like mind controlled by Golbez. So like one time he's with you, then he goes against you, then he's with you, and then he goes against you. You'd have Rydia, which would have been the main character. You'd have the twin. Tella. Yeah, Tella is one of the mages. You have Edge. I think was Final Fantasy 4. No, Final Fantasy 3 was when Sid was first introduced, I think. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. I think it could be. Now, the characters weren't very memorable from number 4. Rydia was probably one of the bigger ones, just because she was like the magic character. But Cecil was the main character. Rydia was like one of the main characters. But Cecil and Kane were like pretty much like brothers, practically. Like they grew up together in the Empire. They were soldiers together. Now, Cecil, they're both dark. Cecil is a dark paladin and Kane is a dragoon. But what happens over the course of the story is that Cecil tries to renounce, he does renounce the dark paladin ways, because he wanted to kind of get away from the Empire. So he was reborn as a paladin. And then the annoying thing is that when you were reborn as a paladin, you start at level 1 again with Cecil, and you're like, oh dear God. Now Rydia, you're always trying to keep Rydia because she's like the only person who knows how to like have summons and stuff in the game. Like she was the main magic character in terms of summons. Like Tella was a mage. Palom was Porum. It's Palom and Porum. I think they were the dual mages, weren't they? Yeah, the twin mages. I just don't see Porum on this list. But the cast isn't all that memorable, in my opinion, outside of a couple of them. But it's definitely a big step in the right direction for Final Fantasy with the dialogue. Unholy Cookie, number 3 was the first Sid, and big agree on the F4. Music starts ramping up. Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely a lot more memorable. Rosa, I did like Rosa as well, actually. I generally had Rosa in my main team. I liked Rosa. The rest are bosses here, but Golbez would have been the main boss. Final boss would have been Zemus. But yeah, it's all kind of the same, really. I'd say number 4, I would put it up a tier above. I'd probably put it at a B tier. Because it definitely was better than number 3. And it was definitely where the game started to really get, in my opinion, good. Like FF4 is probably when I first was like, this is Final Fantasy. You know, like it really had a lot of the foundations and even built on what 3 brought into it. Number 4 was a big game. You had lots of like secret bosses, the summons. You'd have to go to the summon world where you can like recruit like Leviathan, for example. There was a lot to number 4. Now, number 5... I think number 4 and number 5 were created alongside. So I do get mixed up with number 4 and 5 quite a lot when I try to recall 4 and 5. I'm just bringing up the characters of 5 because it's very similar. Let me bring them up again. Oh yeah, you have Bart's and the Chocobo, right? Yeah, you have Baco. Yeah, so so you have Bart's, which is the main character. It's just so similar. 5 is so similar to 4. Like the world is probably around a similar size. The methods of transport are pretty much similar. The kind of structure, more or less, is very similar. They're pretty much interchangeable. There's number 4, number 5. There's nothing really like outside a story. There's nothing really that differentiates them. So I'm just gonna put 5, honestly, at B tier along with 4 because they're practically the same. Just different characters, different story. You have Xdet as the final boss. I think. Is number 5 when Gilgamesh first came into it? And like I get so confused between 4 and 5. So I'd say that would be B tier. Now, number 6. I'm just going to put it at B tier just for a second, just so I don't have to keep it clicked on. Final Fantasy 6, guys. For anyone who has played Final Fantasy 6, what is your opinion on Final Fantasy 6 if you've played it? I kind of rediscovered 5 with the Pixel remaster, and I actually love it now, though I guess not everyone's cup of tea. I just found it very similar to 4. That's why I kind of classified them very similar. I'm very sure they were developed in the same year. Final Fantasy 6. You know what would be good is if I put on, when I'm talking about the game, I'm going to put on like the soundtrack or something. I think that would be pretty cool. 1 second. Oh, that's stupid. Yeah, right. Yeah, I'm just going to put on a bit of music from each one as I talk. I think that kind of sets it up. So FF6, So Dub says 6 has to reach at least B tier or A tier. That was the game the world discovered FF, and that opera scene. Final Fantasy VI is one of my favorite, easily one of my top Final Fantasies created. It's amazing. The characters, which I'll bring up, the characters are... It's a huge character roster. Like, it has, if anything, one of its flaws is that there's too many characters. There is just a lot to it. Like, it's a huge story. It's a story where the villain actually wins, for the most part. It also has an extremely iconic villain at that, which is Kefka. A lot of people will be very familiar with Kefka. I'm not sure if it shows him on this list here. He's probably somewhere. Can't see Kefka now, but like Kefka is just iconic as a villain. And there's Kefka, the little crazy clown jester of the Empire. But yeah, Kefka is just fucking nuts. He's just clinically insane, batshit crazy, guy. But it has a huge roster of characters, and most of them are like a good amount of these characters are optional in a way that you can kind of not discover them and you'll be fine with it. Like, especially when the world is, destroyed and stuff. So like you could just go and not find a lot of them anymore. But number 6, it really takes the storytelling to a new extreme. It's really, I think, where it found its... Yeah, I think it found Final Fantasy 6, it found itself with Final Fantasy 6. Sorry, the Final Fantasy team probably found itself with Final Fantasy 6. So not only did they pretty much further expand upon like everything. The music was fantastic. The storyline was fantastic. The main characters were fantastic in general. Each had a personality. Each had a big backstory. Lots of dialogue. It had the opera scene, as Dub said, which is an iconic scene in itself. You had multiple modes of transport. You had an entire other world, essentially, where as I said, because the bad guy technically wins. He achieved his mission, which was destroy the world. He did. And then you're left to kind of pick up the crumbs afterwards and defeat him. But he still got his objective. It had some very interesting twists and turns within it. It had lots of secrets that you could easily miss throughout the game. Like lots of special battles, very easy to miss. Like, here's some optional characters like Shadow, Mog, Omaro, and Gogo. Gogo is very hard to find realistically. Like, you have to kind of go down into like a land. You have to get swallowed by a landworm, and you have to mimic what he does. You had Terra, which is just a really strong character. She turns into a summon throughout the game. Locke is it's very hard to say who the main character of Final Fantasy VI is. You could argue it's probably Terra or Locke, I suppose, but they all have big roles. Gao is just weird. He pretty much he's your enemy skill that you just he eats creatures essentially to learn their skills. You have Cyan, which is like what's Cyan? He's like a samurai, isn't he, or something? You have Sabin, Edgar, which is like the king of like the desert. You have Celeste, which is like she turns away from the Empire. I love Celeste. You have Setzer. He has the only flying ship. That's kind of his only role, really. Setzer is kind of boring. Strago, he's pretty much like Tella from Final Fantasy IV. You have Realm, which I don't really know why she's included. She's kind of a meh character. But she takes over when Strago eventually dies. Spoiler alert. Yeah, but like you have lots of characters that are highly memorable in the game, from bosses to actually main characters, and there's a lot of side content, like going and collecting all the different dragons, stuff like that. Are all the stories interconnected? No, you can go and play them in any order. They're not interconnected at all. They're completely all separate games. But Final Fantasy VI is very, very dear to my heart. I would simply argue that's either an A or an S. It's just that freaking good. Shin Gamer, Big Muscle Flexing, welcome to you. I'm going to put Final Fantasy VI as an A tier. I'm highly tempted to make it an S, but I think A is a very good place for it because it is simply fantastic. Cannot stress that enough. If you've never played 6 and if you have access to a PlayStation, please go and get the Pixel Remaster and play FF6. The Pixel Remaster only came out like a year ago or so, where they put all 1 to 6 back on so you can play them all. You can literally play from 1 to 6 all in one package, so feel free. But 6 is absolutely amazing. Yeah, 6's classic, says Unholy, really pushed the limits of its hardware, excellent music, story, characters. Yeah, absolutely, Dub. Iconic. What happened to my hand? Gym. I had a gym incident 2 weeks ago, Alex. Still healing. East to learn skills. Old school mage, yeah. But it's really it was just an amazing game. It was a game before its time in a way. Pex Lover finally coming in, bench, elbow, ouch. So let's see what's next. So where's Final Fantasy 7? Final Fantasy 7. So next up on our list, guys, is Final Fantasy 7. Where the hell is it? There it is. Obviously, the big meteor. I'm just gonna put it at B tier just for a second. That doesn't mean it's going to be a B. It could be, but Final Fantasy 7. So we were literally just playing Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth there very recently. Oops. And I literally was just playing Gilgamesh as the secret boss there, just before we came on to the tier list. So Final Fantasy 7. So Final Fantasy 7, it was the first time that Final Fantasy transitioned from 2D sprite to 3D. Now, yes, they were blocky as shit. Yes, the graphics are absolutely awful. But back then, they were good. So if you kind of get over like the blocky polygons, you'll be fine. But even with the blocky polygons, like you could, your imagination kind of filled in a lot of it. Plus, you had some really good CG. Now, Final Fantasy VI also had CG in some of its, pretty much like. Well, I think the CG may have been added in later on for Final Fantasy VI, probably when they kind of remade it. But Final Fantasy VII, you had CG throughout, but very blocky. Now, Final Fantasy VII story, iconic. The characters, iconic. You had Cloud, you had Tifa, Aerith, Kate Sith, Barret, Red, Vincent, Sid, of course, and obviously Sephiroth, along with a big cast of other ones such as such as Rufus, Present Shinra. You had the Turks, you had Don Corneo, you had Hojo, for example. But like, such a huge story, like extremely long game, like realistically, and there's a hell of a lot to do like to try and beat the emerald weapon and the ruby weapon would take a very long time, just because you have to try and get the gold chocobo, and that requires a hell of a lot of side breeding going on with the chocobos, which takes many hours. You have to go into the chocobo races, all that stuff. But there is so much of a big game there, huge world. But such, like, that's why they went, like, it's such a fan favorite that's why they went back and they're making a trilogy out of it. They had Remake with the Intergrade, and now they have Rebirth, and soon they'll have what did I say the third one was going to be called as a guess? What did they always Reunion. I think number 3 will be called Reunion. That would make a lot of sense, but that's just what I'm thinking. CG for 6 was only on the PS remake. It makes sense because it was on. It was on the SNES originally. You know only Sephiroth and Sid, but from Kingdom Hearts. Well, there you go. Well, they are iconic in Kingdom Hearts. 7 is unequivocally iconic and inspired tons of other games, though I do prefer some others to it, like 6. Like 6 is, as I said, it's one of my tops. I think, and obviously you had the iconic music, of course, of Final Fantasy 7. It's inspired so many games, as rightfully as you said, Unholy. I think, like, without a doubt, Final Fantasy 7, the original, deserves S tier because it's just iconic, to say the least. Anyone have a problem with putting it as an S tier? Do you believe it should be an A tier or anything? Like, there's not really much I can fault about the game. Like graphics aside, you know, like, they put in a lot of mini games. There's a lot of dialogue. The world really felt alive. You know, it had a huge host of summons. I guess maybe just the summon length could have been an issue, but there you go. Was the original FF7 split into 3 games? No. So the original FF7 was split into discs, but you had all the discs. You had 3 discs. But the trilogy now is like expanding upon the original. Yeah, for 1997, those CGI graphics and just the blocky polygons, yeah, they were next level for that time, you know. Like, Square back in the day, like, they were always ahead in the industry. I'm just here waiting for the trash talk FF14 again, just to spite me. We're getting close, we only have 7 more to get there. Oh wait, fuck, FF13 has like 3 sequels. Okay, so here's a bit of a polarizing one. The follow-up to FF7. We have Final Fantasy 8. I'm just going to throw it at B tier just to kind of put it somewhere just for now. So what do you think about Final Fantasy 8, guys? So, Final Fantasy 8, feel free to start typing. But Final Fantasy 8 was a lot of time compression, time travel, space travel, quite convoluted storyline, coincidental storytelling in a way, because, you know, you had all of the main characters knew each other from an orphanage somehow, and, you know, the sorceress was their teacher, which is Sorceress Ida. I particularly didn't like the draw system. I much prefer mana, like pretty much all the other games have. Just definitely did not like that system. And the graphics were amazing. Absolutely loved. Like, when I saw Final Fantasy 8 for the first time, I was like, what the hell? Like, the transition from Final Fantasy 7 to literally like 2 years later, Final Fantasy 8 coming out, like, next level. The amount that Square pretty much like polished up was incredible. Like, the graphics were next level back in the day when Final Fantasy VIII came out, that is. Like, the CGI cutscenes, like, the characters, like, very iconic, very memorable. You know, like, you had Squall, Renoa, and, like, for example, what's his name? Cypher. Like, very iconic characters, like those ones in particular, I suppose. But, you know, you had Quistis and Irvine and Zell, you know. So you had some, like, they were well-known characters, but, you know. Always a moody teenager. Gotta love the moody teenagers. They definitely took the story in a very different direction. Like, they kind of took it out from, like, futuristic space, like Final Fantasy IV, like dystopian Final Fantasy 7 was, with the eco-terrorism, eco-warrior stuff. It had just a completely different story to tell, but although there was some sci-fi elements, of course, in well, there was plenty of them, I suppose, in Final Fantasy VIII, but very convoluted between magic and sorceresses and time compression, all that stuff. Like, time travel just doesn't really do great in games often. Yeah, there was a lot to do, but like the music, like the opening cutscene of Final Fantasy VIII, like even with the music that I have playing in the morning in the background at the moment, which is Libera Fatale, probably mispronounced that, but like it's the music that I have playing in the background at the moment. It's just like freaking iconic. But what an amazing start to FF8 opening. Like, I loved lots of the cutscenes and stuff. Like, if you haven't seen it before, like this, imagine having this as an opener to your game. Like, you have this choir's epicness, like, you know. Play Faded Children or I Am a Lion. Great songs. Great songs. Just in case you never saw this before. It's just the flashes of different characters and you're like, what's going to happen here? And it's just like, doo doo. Like, who are all these people? Now, they did focus a lot on the love story here, but meh, didn't really care for it. And to note, this is going from this kind of blocky, this is going from blocky polygons to people who actually look human, you know? And this is iconic, like a feather turning to a frickin' sword. And not just a sword, a gun blade. You have the sorceress in the background, like, what's happening here? The introduction of Squall, Cypher. Yeah, right at the beginning. You have the sorceress with Renoa, compelled to follow her. You have the two boys training, but you think it's a, you know, full-on fight. Yeah, this was PlayStation 1 graphics. 4 discs it took. Like the timing, the strikes. Dun, 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 dun. Casting a bit of magic, drawing some fire. I drawed fire. That's not how it works. Even seeing blood, like, oh. Yeah, technically it would have been like blood in Final Fantasy VII, but like, you know, that was different. Oh, Spirits Within. What happened there, eh? Like, imagine having that as your opening to a game back in like 1999. I was like 98, 99. 1999, PlayStation 1 graphics. Like, man, like, wow. You know, like, surreal, man. So although, like, despite its shortcomings, which it definitely had shortcomings, when it came to the graphical improvement and leaps and bounds, you know, we have to remember, like, 2 years ago it was blocky polygons. Now we have people that actually represent humans. Along with this type of music, this CGI, like, huge leap for Final Fantasy. Yeah, just really great in so many ways, but such a, at the same time, such a disappointment in other ways. I can't really can't really say much more to it, really, you know. Yeah, no wonder I never bothered to care about those games. This gets way too much hate. You loved the Spirit Within. I just found it quite boring, to be honest. You know. Well, I would put. I'd probably put Final Fantasy VIII at B tier, because although graphics-wise and all that is leaps and bounds, the storyline was just too convoluted, and yeah, I don't know. But it happened in our universe, Jay. Really? In all fairness, I haven't played any of the games because I'm a movie buff, so the movie was my only knowledge. Okay. I was talking about not bothering to care about FF games, because those were before 2000s. You're the same age as Sid from Spirits Within? Really? Okay, so I don't know if you want to agree or disagree with my placing of Final Fantasy VIII, but I think it probably belongs in B tier, despite its leaps and bounds upgrades with things. But, like, you know, it's definitely not better than I don't believe it deserves to be on the same tier as Final Fantasy VI, which I would argue is even S tier. But Final Fantasy VII is the benchmark that, like, for an S tier, which is not easy, like, in my opinion, is very freaking hard to beat, you know? So, coming up, you're going to hear the background music, you know where we're going. So after Final Fantasy VIII, we are drifting to Final Fantasy IX, the Crystal. Once again, I'm just keeping it at B tier for now before we even discuss it, so I don't have to drag it all over the place for now. So what do you guys think about Final Fantasy IX? Final Fantasy IX, personally, when I first played Final Fantasy IX, I'm going to turn down the music slightly because it's probably a little bit too loud in the background for me. When I played Final Fantasy IX for the first time, I didn't really like it because I was too young to properly understand the themes it was going for. It's a very dark game, and it deals a lot of heavy themes. So when I was like 12 when this first came out, and I played it around 12, when I was about 12, I just didn't really understand a lot of the concepts it was throwing at me. But when I came back in my early 20s, I believe, and played it, I was like, wow, this actually is a really good game, because I understood it more. Now, I didn't particularly like the Chocobo side game with the chocographs. I didn't really particularly like that. I also didn't really care for the super boss in this game, which was Ozma. Kind of like Final Fantasy VIII's super boss. I didn't really care for, I think it was Omega, actually, was number 8's one. But yeah, I didn't really care for Ozma, which is just big kind of world ball thing. I just thought it was stupid. However, the like FF9 was like a throwback. It was a love letter to how Final Fantasy started. Like it went right back to that kind of medieval era, you know, with a little bit of kind of steampunk added into it as well. So it definitely went back to kind of its origins with, let's say, Final Fantasy, even Final Fantasy 3 to Final Fantasy 6. Like it kind of definitely captured lots of that. The characters, of course, were definitely big standouts, particularly Vivi. A lot of people love Vivi. But then you had like kind of those, like they were all memorable in their own ways, but you know, you had, let's just put it up here. Like, I didn't particularly care that much about Zidane. I just thought he was kind of a little bit meh. I just thought he was a little bit meh. Like, Steiner pretty much, they played well off each other, but Steiner pretty much was just like, you do not talk about the princess this way. Garnet, of course, which is the princess who turns her name into Dagger because she like saw a dagger or something. You have Eco, which is the summoner. Amaranth, no one plays Amaranth because waste of a character. Quina, never really gone to Quina. She's just like the joke of the game. Freya, I liked Freya. Freya had a very tragic backstory. So I'd say like these 5 were like you know, it for me, but I didn't really care for Eco either. I loved Beatrix. Like, Beatrix is my girl. And I love Beatrix so much that, like, even to this day, I put on Roses of May. Roses of May is her theme song, and it's a freaking amazing theme song. I don't know if you guys can remember it, but I'm going to put it on in the background right now. Because this is just, like, gorgeous. Oh, wait, I have to get the original, not the, Is it this one? Oh, I love when Kate actually sings it. She sings it so good. Is it this one? I'm just gonna stay silent for like 30 seconds because it's just like... Like, such a beautiful piano reception. Now, this would be the Queen, like, quite a interesting Queen. You have the block waltzes, which would be very iconic, like Vivi. Necron, which is just like, ooh, the random final boss that no one even knew about. I don't even think he was foreshadowed, really. Kuja, which is the main villain. You also had Garland, which was one of the villains. Like, these are all antagonists, but like these were the 2 main villains. Like Garland, you kind of find out towards the end of the game, working side by side with Kuja, but Kuja, of course, being very questionable in, we just don't know. Kuja is just very questionable with his fashion sense, and yeah, like Kuja is like, that could be, and like you just don't know what Kuja is going for here. Like if he didn't have an Adam's apple, yeah, I probably would be going either way there. But Final Fantasy IX had a lot going for it. I know a lot of people probably don't really know much about Final Fantasy IX, or maybe doesn't rank highly with people, but I honestly just, the FF Coke commercial. I've never seen this. Wow. Okay. I never even knew this was in existence. Okay, I think I'm a little happier knowing about it. Let me see what you guys wrote about Final Fantasy 9. Dub says there's a fan music video of FF9 to Deliver Me by Sarah McLachlan, and it's amazing. I'll have to copy and paste that and give it a listen. Unholy, God, I loved Chocobo Hot and Cold when I was a kid. Just a big treasure hunt. 9 is probably the one I have the most bias towards, but I absolutely adore it. And our precious boy Vivi. Hey, Gay Burrito, hope you're keeping well, man. I looking like a snack and a half. I take it back a whole damn meal. Angelo, you like the Roses of May? The scene where Vivi and Zidane are male bonding by peeing off a cliff always made me laugh my ass off. Oh, poor Vivi, a ticking time bomber. Man, that was so sad when Vivi learned about, well, his limited life expectancy. That was like, you know, that gets you in the feels. And then obviously you find out he dies at the end, but yeah. It's like, poor Vivi. He's just so cute. He's just a little black mage. We don't have this kind of emotional nostalgia in the horror community. Like, I don't say, this moment is touching. This is where Tina got her insides ripped out by Freddy. God, and in a way that makes me sad. We should celebrate the camper who got twatted against a tree in Friday the 13th. Yeah, I think it's a very different thing. Yeah. FF9 is the best. FF, says Angelo. Kuja was the glam rock bad guy of Final Fantasy 9. 9 is one I went into the deep lore for the first time. Jay, have you seen the fan project? No, I haven't. Memoria project, okay. Sorry, the song Deliver Me is Sarah Brightman. Okay, Sarah Brightman. Let me just put that into like YouTube so I can give it a listen to later. Okay, there we go. I probably can't listen to it because it is probably copyright. But such iconic characters. It's such an iconic story. It's such a dark story. Where I would place it, I would put it as A tier. But that's just me personally. Like A is so like number 6 is so close to me. 9 is close to me. So for me personally, I would put Final Fantasy 9 at A tier. You guys let me know if you think it deserves A tier, or do you think it's, do you think that position is decent for it? Do you think it's just about right, or do you think I'm batshit crazy and I should be like sent away? Well, I'm already that anyway, but that's a different story. Well, let me know if you agree. Like, as soon as I saw the Leafa tree and they started explaining the mist, I was hooked and needed to know everything about the game. You see, the mist is from the roots. Well, you're already nuttier than a squirrel's fart. Oh my god, lol. Okay. Final Fantasy. Well, like, I'm just going to put on the theme tune because, like, it's just amazing. This. Now, say what you want about Final Fantasy X, guys. This is the time to write about Final Fantasy X. It's just too good. Thanks, Dove, for that. Let me know what you think about Final Fantasy X, guys. So, we're on the tier list now to discuss Final Fantasy X. Do you think it'd be S tier, A tier, B tier, or lower? I'm just going to be back in one moment. One moment. You can listen.
Listen to my story. This may be our last chance.
Ooh, just in time. That's it, was about to end. The laugh scene, a lot of people just don't understand the laugh scene. FF10 laugh scene. Just for people who don't understand what that scene is. But I do want to explain that scene for people who may not. It is cringy, but there's, you know, there's a reason behind it.
Come on, show me. You probably shouldn't laugh anymore.
Yeah, so quite iconic, right? I'm a gay man, but Lulu made me question my sexuality at the time. Well, Lulu's just like full of straps and all that. Gotta love a little bit of dominatrix going on there, right? Blitzball song scene next, please. FF10 Blitzball. Oh, you like the opening of it? Yeah. Okay, so guys, for the tier list, where would you rank Final Fantasy X? And of course, so we're going to put it in somewhere here. So what do you think about Final Fantasy X? I'm just waiting for this. God damn it. I'm waiting for this to... Oh, wrong one. Waiting for this to goddamn load up. Where is it? Where did I just... Okay, why is it not loading up? Doesn't want me to watch the Blitzball scene. Okay, now it's coming up. Duh. Like some heavy metal kind of stuff. But just before we watch that, so let me know what you think about the Final Fantasy X. So I just wanted to kind of address the laugh scene in Final Fantasy X. So it is cringe. Pretty much probably intended as cringe, but realistically, like you have to think that these people are laughing at a time where they can't realistically laugh because sin has come to destroy the world. They don't really have much to laugh or even be joyful, happy about, you know. So they're trying to like force a laugh. And yeah, it is forced. You know, it's working as intended. They're just trying to laugh at a time where everything is so bleak, you know? Oh, you understood, just felt cringe, okay. 10 gets an S tier from Dub because Daddy jacked. Like, you want to talk about video game crushes? Just going to slightly turn down the background. Like, this is a great opener. Like, we were talking about Final Fantasy VIII being a great opener. This is a fantastic opener as well. Now, of course, this technically appears like slightly after the beginning. You have to do a very quick scene first. Well, a few scenes. A quick fight. Or two. Or three, maybe. But like having this like, right, Joe. Then you're just, who is this guy? Like, yeah, you're just questioning, like, who is this masked man? Like, in this robe or whatever. Like, what's happening with this, like, tidal wave, and why is it, like, shooting? And there's, like, Amino's playing some sort of football in water, you know? Sad we couldn't play as jacked. You think when he's just sat there Like, okay, I'm just gonna go back because Dub it really wants me to watch Titus sitting there for some reason. That he just opens his eyes and boom. Okay, I think you just like the boom boom. Good, I kind of went too far off. Let it go. Advanced water polo. Yeah, that's where I left off. They continue to play water polo. And I will always look. And this part, it starts shooting. You see Titus's, or I call him Titus, but like technically it's Titus. You just see the realization, that shock. It's just such a great moment. And then like, whoa, what's up? Titus dead. Game over. But like, what a way to kind of more or less kickstart a game. You know, just another amazing opening cinematic. So what I would say about Final Fantasy X, like it's the first game that has voice acting in it, and as Unholy Cookie rightfully said, like not that many games had, you know, voice acting at nowhere near the extent of how much had to be in Final Fantasy X, because gigantic story, easily one of the longest Final Fantasies out there, and you know, fully voice acted more or less. So many amazing cutscenes. Spira being in such a fantastic world. Yes, there was a little bit of a drawback that you couldn't properly explore the world like previous Final Fantasies, where you could literally just get up in the airship and go yourself navigate around. This time you kind of had to like pinpoint it on a map kind of thing, or leave it kind of auto do it. So that was a little bit of a drawback, a very small one, but noticeable at the time. Blitzball being its own side game, I never particularly liked Blitzball. I had to do it because I had to get Waka's sigil. And then, you know, just like there was so much side content in FF10. Now, most of it predominantly circled around the Colosseum, where you had to go and collect 10 of every single goddamn monster. And then subsequently you needed that to go and do the Dark Aeons, which were first released in the European version, so that I thought they were just standard until I eventually read up that that you lovely Americans never had access to them, at least in the original release. So they were just created for us because Europeans love that extra challenge after all. And then of course you had the Super Boss penance at the end, so there was a hell of a lot of, you know, grinding, and like even the sphere grid, like that was such a fantastic system as well. It was just, there's so much you could do with that system. You could literally make it your own thing, because you could constantly just build your character. Like any character could do anything based on how you build their sphere grid, which is essentially their level up system. Now, Final Fantasy X did do away with traditional leveling, like level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they opted for the sphere grid instead. You know, just, you know, the voice acting, the characters themselves, very iconic characters, all with unique backstories, personality. Just, it was such a rich game, even down to the bad guys such as Seymour, even though he's a fucking pain in the ass, but Seymour. And then obviously you had Sin, which was always in your face. Like all you knew the whole time is that Sin has come. Like obviously the game has lots of religious themes, but you know, there you go. But I suppose one of the only things I didn't like about Final Fantasy X that was mandatory that had to be done was the temples. I didn't like the temples. I didn't like that running around putting the sphere into this and that and that. I never liked that part. But at least it, it's such a minor part, I suppose, in the grand scheme of things. Something I can kind of overlook, but it was mandatory to be done. Lots of summons in the game. You can take control of your summons, like it including like the Magnus sisters, for example, and you can like just make them play off each other. Like that was such a freaking interesting system. Pretty much using your summons as a shield kind of thing. The Acroball forming is a must-watch if you're going to watch the scene. Another great... I don't know, maybe it's because I know how hard it is to animate both hair and water moving over skin. They did so well. 10 is an S for you, says Angelo. They took full advantage of the PS2 hardware, and it was released almost right alongside the PS2. It's a marvel it was created in such a short space of time. I have no idea how the hell they did it in such a short space of time. There was so much eye candy in 10 as well. Like girls loved Tidus, gays loved Jekt, Seymour's got fuckability, and Kamari. Yeah, you got the furry awakening there with the with Kamari. He's a bit of a hottie, alright. I even kind of liked Waka, even though he was kind of a little bit basic in ways. He got annoying to the point when it came to the teachings, but like it was in his character. He was all about Blitzball and following the teachings of Yevon, right, which is the religion in the game. I didn't particularly like the final boss of the game, which was Yevon. Bit of a letdown, to be honest. This kind of spider-like creature, and the Pagan, what they call the Pagandas, is it? On either side, these kind of pillar-like things. I didn't particularly like that, but like I can overlook these things. I just wish Kamari was easier to use, since Blue Mage was tough to train. The rage of failing to dodge the lightning 100 times. Yeah, the whole celestial weapons was definitely a bit of a tough thing to get. And even trying to just level up your sphere grid to the amount that you kind of need it to if you're going doing like Dark Aeons and stuff. But the game had so much side content. It was just incredible, really. Particularly when you add in the Dark Aeons. And they were not easy, Even extras like Brother. I can't. You like Brother? I liked Kamari's brothers. Maybe I'm just a furry, guys. Daddy Oren. Yeah, look, he was looking after us all. And man, I cannot give my final verdict on Final Fantasy X. I actually have to go and get my food. I can't give my verdict without... Well, I could watch the Yuna scene when she's sending. Yeah, let's fucking do it, because why not? Yuna's going sending us. Nah, you're just open-minded, I think. I'm just open-minded. Like, man, I just need to quickly get my food 1 second, but enjoy it, because this is such an iconic scene. Oh, did it start again? No, I think it just like double timed it. I know I could put on the floating scene as one of the other ones, but this is the final one I'm showing. I'm not going to do the whole thing because I'm going to skip some. Because I could... It's the ending, of course. Because this is probably the first time I cried. Well, did I cry? Well, I probably cried a little bit at Aerith, but that's another time. Yeah, I'm making you guys cry. You all deserve to cry with me. This literally made me cry, like not just like, oh, tear in my eye, like hard sobbing, like disgusting crying. You know those disgusting cries? I literally was bawling my eyes like watching this. So well done, man. Oh, spoilers, the game's 20 years old. Well, over 20. Yeah, totally ugly cry.
We're gonna see you again.
It's when she hugs him and says these final words. I'm like... I'm such a softie. Such a softie. Roxy Andrews? I'm not sure. Oh no, he raps her. When she says, I love you, I'm just like, nah, I can't. And then he hugs her, and I went, nah, just can't. Ugly sobbing, ugly. You can't read the doll. Look, there's Jacked. Hey, Daddy. And can we just, like, for a moment, just so everyone is happy. Wait, pause. Hey, Aaron. Oh, my God. Yeah, baby, let's get on. There you go. And now you're all happy. Get in a little bit of money. Ooh, Dub is all like hot right now. Hot under the collar. You weren't expecting him to jump? Oh, Ben, you never saw... Oh, man, you have to play Final Fantasy X. So... Damn right I am. People die in People die in unit dances. Seems a little bit insensitive, doesn't it? And then you put on the dance music. Man, you need to watch... If you guys haven't, you have to watch Rabtoon's parody version. Can I find that very quickly? I just want to get that scene. It's just so freaking good. People die, and they do just so good, man. People die. You know, just dances. Oh, I love the beginning.
Oh my God, it's him! Oh, we love you. Have our babies.
Ladies,
Have our babies. Wow. Oh yeah, I want to be a blitzball. What?
Want to be a blitzball.
Son, you get out there. And you be the best damn blitzball you can be.
Okay.
I'm proud of you, kid.
I think this is it. Is it? I could be wrong.
Ways that we're overusing Machina is to hold its babies hostage, overuse Machina, and attack it with a railgun and small army.
Yup.
Well, sign us up, bro. Well, it's anyone's guess why that failed. People die and Yuna dances. When will she stop dancing?
It does seem a bit insensitive.
It's so... Whoever wrote that scene for Rabdoons, so good, man. It's so so good. It's just too good, man. Oh yeah, dodging the lightning. Wow.
That was close. If you're not careful, she'll ruin your franchise.
My what?
Your French fries.
I went past him.
Doctor, there's Mr. Strife, Mr. Wallace, and Miss Lockhart here to see you.
Now, Cloud, what have I told you about swinging your sword around when you win battles?
Hey, what are you doing, man?
I'm lightning dodging.
Why?
To get a secret weapon part. Duh. Heads up. That was close.
She's going to be
If you're
on
not
our
careful,
screen
she'll
very
ruin
soon.
your franchise.
My what?
Your French fries. See?
Right.
What's her face when they get to the lightning field is my favorite. I'm trying to remember is any other scene that I really liked from this. Like, there's so many good ones. But, oh yeah. What's his name?
Right side. At least we can definitely pass now, right?
Look who it is, everyone. It's me.
Seymour! Riku! Go warn the others!
You're not fighting him alone.
Well, duh. That's why I said go warn the others. This is my story.
That's kind of rude.
Yeah, kinda like to think we all contributed equally to the narrative.
And besides, no one even says your name out loud in this story, asshole.
You just did.
What?
Got into a random battle.
What is he doing? He's been standing there for hours.
And then Yuna and I laughed like mentally challenged seagulls for a minute, and that was just awkward for everybody. After that, we carried on down the Mayan Road and got into a random battle. We won. And then we walked a few...
Like, he's just there having his little...
Asshole.
You just did
His
goals for a
little
minute,
moment.
and that was just awkward for everybody.
What?
I just love this so much. He's having this little monologue and everyone's just watching for hours.
He's been standing there for hours.
And then Yuna and I laughed like mentally challenged seagulls for a minute. And
And
that
then
was
another
just
round of
awkward for
battle.
everybody.
Yes.
He named after Daddy's favorite stripper.
Let's...
Yeah, and then it kind of, yeah. But yeah, it's just... Man, you have to watch these parodies if you ever get a moment. They're just so good. So, back to the question at hand, or else we'll never finish this. Final Fantasy X, guys. Where do you believe it belongs on the tier list? Would you agree with me if I put it at D? Should it be rightfully Do you think it's rightfully up here? Do you think it's an S? Do you think it's an A? Like, I easily put Final Fantasy X as an S tier because the graphics, the voice acting, like industry leading pretty much at the time, and then a gigantic game, very memorable characters, just the storyline is fantastic, the dialogue between all the characters, so much side content that you can do that can add easily like fucking tens of hours on at the end of it. The pretty much unlimited ways you can customize your character, all the side weapons things, all the mini games, even if some of them were absolutely pain in the ass, but it's all optional. But man, just what an iconic game. To be fair, to be honest, I think this was the last. This might be a bit controversial, but we do like a bit of a controversial thought. I think this is the last good Final Fantasy, like that I really thought. Now, in terms of like mainline series, now not about the remakes of 7, but I think this was like the last like really freaking good one of the mainline series. But that's maybe my opinion. But I kind of never found after playing 10, I never found another mainline entry anywhere close to it. I always like, they're like B's or C's or something, you know? So I'm gonna get mad. Final Fantasy tier list. Yeah, it's a Final Fantasy tier list. So we just went with 10. 14 is great, but it's an MMO. I wonder what Gamon would say about that one. I'm shook it because I absolutely adore 12, but I get it. Now, look, we do have Final Fantasy 11 here. I haven't played Final Fantasy 11, so I can't really rank it because that wouldn't be fair. It is online, and I heard, I heard stories about the craziness of, of the final bosses, like the things that were pretty much like impossible to win, and people were like getting sick at their computers after like 20 hours of fighting or whatever, like all that shit. Like that's the kind of stuff I would hear. But I never oh yeah, Final Fantasy X. Oh yeah, that one. Final Fantasy X too. Oh yeah. Okay, I'll let me refrain myself. I kind of forgot about that game. Okay, so what about Final Fantasy X 2, guys? It's a game, I guess. How could you forget? Yeah, maybe I kind of wanted to forget. It's the only good part. Okay, the only good part of Final Fantasy X 2 is 1,000 words. Oh, 1,000 words. I'll call out through the ages. They'll cradle you. See you all through your lonely days. Suspended on silver wings. On silver wings, yeah. Like, that's literally the only good part about Final Fantasy X-2. And you all know it. So, literally, the song. That is the best part of Final Fantasy. I don't even know if I can I put it on? I think I could probably put it on, but I'm 1,000 words. Put on the concert, lightning field. Yeah, that's what I'm literally doing. That gives me I'm almost finished my final food for the evening. Oh, you don't, oh man, if you don't know, oh, you're in for a treat if you don't know this. If you've never seen this, watch this. This is fucking gorgeous. Using gentle words to shelter me. Your words were like a dream, but dreams could never fool me. Not that easily. I acted so distant then,
didn't say goodbye before you left, but I was listening. You fight your battles far from me, far too easily.
It'd be the sign language person in the background.
Save your tears, 'cause I'll come back. I could hear that you whispered as you walked through that door, but still I swore to hide the pain when I turned back the pages, trying to find a deadly answer. What if I'd cried my eyes out and begged you not to depart? But now I'm not afraid to say what's in my heart. 'Cause 1,000 words call out through the ages, they'll fly to you, even though I can see, I know they're reaching you, suspended on silver wings. Oh, 1,000 words, 1,000 embraces will cradle you, making all of your weary days seem far away. They'll hold you forever. 1,000 words have never been spoken. Fly to you, they'll carry you into my arms, suspended on silver wings. On silver wings. And 1,000 words call out through the ages, creatures. Oh yeah. All of the loneliness to only day, they'll hold you
A thousand words. Like, man, what's such a good song to put in, like, so pop, like, going for, like, I don't know, some Celine Dion or something like that in there, but, like, just having that come up, like, halfway through the game, or whenever it is in the game, but quite a bit into the game, just iconic. What can I say? Singing so powerful, she pushed away the literal tunnel thunderstorm. Like, it's in her, like, the gameplay, like, it's fun, I suppose. Like, you only have your 3 characters. You have the 3 girls. Like, I don't know why they didn't have Lulu as one of the 3. They put in Pain just to, like, oh, there's a different character or whatever. But fuck Pain. You had Yuna, Riku, and then you had Pain. It, like, Lulu easily would have fit in there, you know what I'm saying? It's all about your dress up spheres, and you have these spheres and you're getting, like, memories of Titus. And then you just, like, yeah, you just have to just get to 100%. Just go and play all the mini games and just go around the world after everything happened. There's not really much to say. I don't care if Lulu was a mom. She deserves to be there. They could have just gave her something. Yeah, like, there's multiple endings, I suppose, to the game, because you had, like, a secret ending depending on your percentage and stuff like that. But it wasn't really a game that, yeah, like, the combat was a bit faster. Like, you could feel they were kind of going a bit faster with it too. Just, like, it kind of flowed a bit more. But yeah, I didn't particularly care for the game. Like, you know, anywhere near 10. B? No. C? I don't know, man. Like it's a bit of a hard one. Like I just didn't really care for it. Like you'd swear like as a follow up to 10 it would be like, whoa, but I was just like, eh? I don't know. It's not I honestly don't think it's S or A anyway. I don't know. C just for the music, C plus. So will I put like I could put a C but a high C? Well, let me put 8 before there. Do you know the stuff that happens in the drama CDs after 10 to drama CDs? I don't think so. But literally that one scene is literally my main reason for liking that game. The only way I could play the game was using level 99 everything unlock on PC, so I think C is fair. Now I know they made a change to Final Fantasy. I think it was in the remaster they added some stuff that probably made it better. I think you could like change your characters or something around. But I haven't played that particular version, so there is another version of Final Fantasy X-2 that probably is a lot better, but I'm on about like original Final Fantasy X-2. You know, I don't know if I've listened to the Jap. I probably did, to be fair. Yeah, I probably did listen to it. Final Fantasy 11. I can't add it in because I haven't played it. Let's go on to Final Fantasy 12. I'm just going to put it once again at B tier for now, just so I have it out of the list. But Final Fantasy 12, guys, what do you think? What are your opinions about Final Fantasy 12? From characters, storyline, the progression systems. Now, I'm on about original Final Fantasy 12, not the Zodiac Age. I actually even haven't played that version, but it's meant to be much better. So we're looking at original release Final Fantasy 12, not the Zodiac Age, I think it's called. Because that was meant to add a lot of good stuff to the game, apparently. So let me know from characters to storyline to graphics, to progression systems, combat, optional content, things like that. So with Final Fantasy 12, I didn't like the FF12 cast. I didn't like the main character, for one. I thought he was a bit of a waste, and it kind of feels like, which is Van. So I did not like Van. I thought he was a stupid character, along with his sidekick, which is Pinello, but just basically cardboard. It's so funny that like Pinello was literally a cardboard cutout in the Rabtoons parody, because it's accurate. She adds nothing to the story. Van realistically adds nothing to the story. They could do the game without it, and we'd be probably fine. Balthier was the star. Like, easily Balthier would have been the star of the game. He highly memorable, very charming, witty character, funny at the same time. Just like, he's just dressed to impress as well. He's just a fantastic overall character. And you of course then had his own sidekick, which will be Fran. Wait, that's not Fran. Why do they have Zendaya's? Okay. Okay. Fran. Hello, where's my rabbit? Where's my rabbit gone? No, okay, I don't have Fran here. Why is Zendaya like on the picture of Fran? What? Okay. Blame AI? Probably. Okay, there's Fran. Here's our lovely rabbit, big eared killer. You had Fran, and she was like, she didn't really have much to give to the game, but she just looked cool. Like, she's the sidekick, and she's like, you know, Cut the Suncrest or whatever. Bosch, which is, you know, pretty much what the main character should have been, I suppose, and I guess they were going for that, but then they kind of changed it in the end. You had some very unmemorable characters, Vossler, Larsa, all that, like Redis dies, and like, who the fuck was Redis? Oh, that guy? Didn't even remember him. You have Queen Ash or Princess Ash, but yeah, like, not a really great cast of characters. Like, you can cut out these two, and it would be better. But then you're only left with 4 characters. And I didn't really care for the bad guy either. I'm trying to remember his name, but he was a shit fight anyway. Vane? Is that him? Vane. I actually liked Judge Gabranth. I liked him. I didn't really get the whole thing about Vinat and those kind of gods that watched them in the background. I didn't really get that. Them really. I think they were wasted potential. I think they were going for places with it, and they just were like, nah, in the end. But I kind of like some of the judges. Like, I think the judges are amazing in this game. Like, just their costumes and stuff. Where are they when they're in all their armor? I love their armor. Let's go for Judge Gabranth. Yeah, I love the judges. They just look really cool together. Like, all these, they just look cool. They just look really, really, really good. Like, walking and around the place. Just, yeah, they were pretty cool. But the storyline, it was just, in my opinion, was basic. Like, the whole thing that you can't fly over the sand or whatever. For, I don't know, because it doesn't work over the sand. And it was just very, like, you know, big. It was just whatever, you know. I hated the combat in the game as well, because it was that leashing mechanic. So you were leashed to the enemy. So I know they were trying something new, you know, going away from, like, say, turn-based combat to like a bit more moving and action-based. But I really didn't like it. And the summons as well. The summons, I never even used the summons. And I don't mean like Shiva and Bahamut and Ifrit and all that. In the game, they were the names of the airships, but you had these weird summons that, yeah. But Evilise, the world of Evilise, I just didn't really care for the game. I thought Balthier was the best part of it, honestly. Cut the Suncrest. That's all I remember from the game. Then going up a huge tower. I would gladly have box babies. I think leaving it as B is good. Loved the game. Couldn't stand the main characters like Van and his girlfriend. She wasn't even his girlfriend. 12 is one of my faves, says Unholy Cookie. Hunting quests and post endgame are amazing. Love the story and voice acting, but I get everyone feels that way different. Like, I think the hunts were good in theory, but I just, like, even summoning them, and, you know, just sometimes there was a little bit of a, you know, you had to kind of do stuff to get them out. But I just hated the combat. I really hated the combat. The storyline was kind of obvious too. Like, as soon as Van appears on the screen, I was like, that's the end boss. Of Vane, she was like, yeah. My complaint of FF12, they just borrowed heavily from Final Fantasy 9, which I played a lot back in the day. Like, if you ever watch the Star Wars parody, they just pretty much say it's Star Wars. Final Fantasy 12 parody of Raptoons, it's just Star Wars. Biggest plus was Vane's end boss form, since he was like a tiny linecloth from flashing the players. Evilise Alliance. I think the game had a lot of potential, but I just think they squandered it personally. Or they just, yeah, not sure what they were going for there. Zodiac fixed a lot of issues. If only they erased Van and Penello. Like, personally, I'd put it at C tier, but maybe that's a bit too mean. But if I'm putting it at B tier, it would be like a low B. Like I do not consider on the same level as like 8, for example, or 5 or 4. I think they're much better games, but that's me. I think like a low B or a high C. Then put SC. I'm not too sure, because see, I think like I would have preferred, like I would prefer Final Fantasy X-2 over 12. You know, that's what I'm saying. So like, was it better than Final Fantasy X-2? I don't think so, because I loved the world of Spira, but I just could not give a shit about Final Fantasy 12. So maybe put it at a mid C, you know. But that's just me personally, as I said. So I just didn't really care for it. You put 4 as B on sub. It was a great game. Like, you have to consider the time of when the game came out, which was the early 90s. It was like the foundation it built. Like 4 and 5 were like the main foundations of what 6 was based on. Where does Kingdom Hearts fall in this list? Okay, I'm putting it as a mid C. No, I'm putting it as a C, and I'm going to put Final Fantasy 10-2 as a low B. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm going to do. Yeah. I think that feels more right to me, personally. I could definitely argue on it, but yeah. Okay. Here's one for you. So after Final Fantasy 12, we go on to Final Fantasy 13. So what are people's thoughts and comments on Final Fantasy 13? We might have a division here. There's definitely people who really like Final Fantasy 13. Grabs popcorn. Veskil is going, oh boy. I think we're all ready for the popcorn for Final Fantasy 13. See, you will have people who like Final Fantasy 13, or they grew to appreciate it over time. I just can't see how that's possible. I just don't know how it's possible. From a graphics perspective, it was fucking incredible. Like, but that's a graphics perspective. On the PlayStation 2, incredible. But that's graphics. The combat was blah. The only time the combat actually got good in Final Fantasy 13 was actually when you finally got out of the linear chapters, and I think it was like chapter 11, I think it was, when you go down into the land down under. Cocoon, is it Cocoon? The one that's down there? I think when you go down to Cocoon, or whatever it was called, and you actually could finally open out the game, that's when the combat actually got good, because especially when you're doing all the hunts and stuff, when it actually felt like they put stuff into the game, that's where it got actually interesting. Yeah, Australia, the Australian lesbians, that's the one. I just really, and the story is convoluted. It's kind of stupid. I know they were going for like this huge universe type thing, but yeah, I just really don't like. FF13 is just going down corridors for most of the game, and then finally it gets good, and then corridors again for the last bit. Like, the saving grace was that chapter 11, which is when you could do all the really cool battles and stuff. But 13 was terrible. It was all the battle, yeah. 13.2 was Pokemon. 13.3 was a new X2. Pulse was the one, okay. Pulse was the planet Cocoon, was the Dyson sphere they all lived in. Honestly, I liked it on replay, which isn't really what you want to go for. A lot of potential, but yeah. 13, I think, would land in C or D. Some good characters, some interesting story, lots to look at. Game itself sucked, and the all over the place recaps was annoying. Like, if you have to put most of your story into like information spheres or whatever the data centers, whatever it was called, you just know, you just know you're not doing good. Okay, let's polish this turd. I'm putting a D. I'm going to put it as a high D, because it is better than Final Fantasy 1 and 2, in my opinion. Like, you know, they turned Shiva into a motorcycle. Final Fantasy 13 let us all know it was crap when they were still introducing the new game mechanics in the final battle when a tutorial pops up right before the final fight. D is still passing. Well, D is the lowest you can possibly get. It passes because, yeah. Okay, Final Fantasy 13-2. An improvement, in my opinion. I really liked Cryus, which was the antagonist, Cryus Ballad. I really liked him. I thought he was pretty cool. They definitely fleshed things out, and I honestly thought 13-2 was actually a very good step in the right direction. In terms of combat, and a lot less, more non-linear on how you wanted to approach it. It does suffer with the whole time, like they went all into the time skipping at that point again, which was a bit tough to follow, but they did kind of lean into it around some of the mechanics and stuff. But it was definitely a step in the right direction. So it's definitely better than a D tier. Of the trilogy, I like 13-2 the most. Yeah. I liked it. Same. B or A for 13-2 was a redemption. Destroyed again with lightning. I'll put it as I'll put it as a high B. I'll put it as a high B. I'll put it on the same grounds as Final Fantasy VIII, which I think is respectful. Done a lot of things right, so I think it does deserve some praise for the things it did right, at least. And plus, you didn't have to see much of snow and stuff, so that was good. Snow should have been hot, but he just ended up way too annoying. Okay, and then you had Lightning's Return. Majora, no, not, I would say Majora's Mask. It pretty much used a countdown system. I just don't really know where to rank it. It was, what, a D? A C? What would you say? I don't really have much to say about Lightning's Return. It's just whatever. Who gives a shit about the goddess? Whatever her name was again. Unitro or whatever. Dress up again, and Snow looked way sexier in Final Fantasy 13-2. That's because, yeah, he was more, they held back on him a little bit, I suppose, and he was a little bit more scruffy and stuff. Dress up again. I don't know, Lightning Returns, maybe a C. Low C, maybe. It's better than 13, I guess. I guess. I don't know. Maybe just put it as D tier as well. I'm not really sure. But a step in the wrong direction. Okay, next we have, oh my god, they have, I'm going to go on to 15 next. I'll leave 14 till last. So we have Final Fantasy 15 next on the list. What did you guys think of Final Fantasy 15? Jay, I'm saying it now. If you want to judge FF14 fairly, you gotta beat all the expansions, you jerk, or else. I don't know. I can't bring myself to do that. Launch edition, not royal. So, what do you think of FF15 launch edition, not the royal edition? Moody boy band, but great graphics. Storyline was all over the place. Lots of it put into DLCs. It was very much of a mess of how I know it was like in production for like 10 years or whatever, 8-10 years. There was a lot of problems, and that was evident upon delivery. Looked cool. The combat was okay, but you could literally just spam potions and stuff, so you could never really die. The only, the kind of only super boss was the admin toys, which was huge. I really actually liked that fight because it was just huge. It was like a big spectacle. Like, you had your hunts, but the admin toys was the last hunt at the time. You did have this side content, like this kind of hidden challenge and stuff, but I never really got into that because I was bored of the game by then. I think it had promise, but it was just meh, Lightning Returns was pretty bad. It was just lightning, like, where is Sarah again? And everyone was like, that was so long ago, and she's like, where is Sarah? And like, she's fucking long dead, you moron. 14 is easily S, says Angelo. 15 made me cry with the Ignis DLC. See, the DLCs I'm just kind of not really including because the DLCs came out after the base game. Yeah, insane. I kind of agree with Holy Cookie. It had insane potential, but just became lackluster. You just had your little boy group, and it just didn't really go anywhere, man. Like, because they intentionally cut the story so you could play the DLC. I thought the bad guy was interesting, but yeah. What annoyed me is how the summons were random. Yeah. They looked amazing, but very random. Like, it definitely was a spectacle game. It had, like, its moments, but yeah. Like, when you first, like, saw Titan, for example, it's like, whoa. Shirtless Gladiator is my only reason to play Final Fantasy 15. Gladio is definitely the trade of the season. 15's main issue is by far the time the story hit its stride, it was over, and I was like, what? like at the start you're like, oh, go out and collect all of the weapons or whatever, the royal, was it Armelia? I don't know what the royals, there's like 12 of them or something anyway, wherever they are. I'll just say weapons, and then like you kind of forget about doing that, and it just goes off with its own thing, and it's like, oh yeah, the regalia or whatever. No, the regalia was the name of the car, right? The 15 ornaments or whatever. I don't know how many of them there. I think there was 12. Yeah, it's whatever game. I'll give it a C. I'll put it higher than. I'll give it on the same level as Final Fantasy 12. Let's see. 15 was another one of those games that knew right away when they showed what is OP. And when everyone was like, Ifrit hates humans and can't be found, I knew that was his face. I spend more time just riding around listening. Oh, you spend more time listening and riding around because the world is pretty. And the pacing is terrible, and they don't do any of the characters justice. Luna Freya is interesting. Yeah, that's the thing. Like Luna Freya, like they made Luna Freya to be this like really huge character. You talk to her for a couple of sentences, and then she's dead. Like eventually, she's dead. It's like, am I meant to be crying that Luna Freya is dead? Like, we don't even know her. Oh yeah, don't forget about the whole friendly fire issue. It's just strange, man. The whole game is just strange. Yeah, then she dies. I thought when we went to that big city where Luna Freya dies, I thought that was a very cool looking place. But they did nothing with the place. So it's like, you spend all this time creating a city, and you do nothing with it. It's just crazy, man. They reduced her role in the game to make the release date. Not surprised. Not surprised. Okay, we go to a 15 being like a C tier. Final Fantasy 16. Actually, I remember when we finished Final Fantasy 16, we were talking about a tier list back then too. I can't remember where we put 16 though. It was, I think I remember saying it was a mid game, and I still stand by it. Final Fantasy 16 is very mid game. But let's talk about it. Guys, opinions of Final Fantasy 16. Now, I was playing Final Fantasy 16 this time last year. Well, almost this time last year. Yeah, it was there, I guess. Julian Pow Pow, big muscle flexing, welcome to you. Thanks for pressing the follow button. You say B, but never played the DLC yet. No. Come on, no. Why would I play that? Why would I pay for that even? I want to like 16, but nah. Apparently there was a massive arc around her, Noctis and Leviathan. They just cut to... Need someone, but someone will kill Luna. Need someone anyways, Luna dies. Lol. So Final Fantasy 16... Yeah, the music was gorgeous, the graphics were gorgeous, the voice acting was great. Like the voice actor of Clive is also hot, by the way, very very handsome man, but good voice acting. The battle system was, I didn't particularly like it. I think they do much better with Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth with the battle system of how they do it. 16, it wasn't too bad, but it was like there was no I can't really remember the fights of Final Fantasy 16 outside of the summons. Like, I could not tell you any of the fights outside of the summons. I remember I fought a dragon at one point. There could have been a couple of dragons, but I can't even remember names of Final Fantasy 16, and it was only a year ago. Like, I can go back and tell you a game like, you know, Final Fantasy X, which I haven't played in like 15 years probably at this stage. Well, maybe not 15, maybe 10 years ago was the last time I played Final Fantasy X, and I can give you beat by beat for that game. I can't even tell you Final Fantasy 16, and it was only a year ago. Fuck yeah, he is. FF16 was best summed up by Carbot. What did Carbot say about it? Love the characters, world, and story. See, the thing is that the world and story, I think they could have done much more with showing the war. Like, they kind of, like, you know, they give the overworld map, and then they just showed, like, you know, oh, this faction has advanced there, blah blah blah. You know, I think they could have. It would have probably added another year onto their development schedule, but still. I think they could have done more to show us the wars and the progression of the different things. There was a lot in the game, but it just felt very bland. There was no difficult fights, realistically. It was just boring. It was very boring. What I remember about 16 was the sex scenes for the first time. Yeah, they were a bit more edgy with what they put out. They were a bit more sexual with it. And then they were, you know, there was a lot more blood. You know, it was a lot more darker. Yeah, they were definitely threading the needle, so to speak. Carbot on Final Fantasy 16. Look. We'll watch this one.
Run, just run! No!
Oh, when he's eating. Oh, yeah. And then he's like going to the bathroom. I literally, that's how I play the game.
Seems the miners at Drake's Head are having a hard time keeping up with demand of late. So
Tried. For so long.
This is literally me playing the game. They're a spectacle, but not hard.
Just kiss already.
Open your eyes! Open your eyes, Damien!
And that was literally it. I think yeah, you're right though. Like they summed it up so well there. It was mid. I'll go with a B. Is that fair? A B, like it's mid, so it's a B. Maybe a low B. Yeah, yeah, I'll put it at the end, like, so it's a low B. I think that's fair. Okay, now all the rest of them pretty much outside of Final Fantasy 11 is all Final Fantasy 14. So these are all Final Fantasy 14 expansions. I cannot talk about those because I haven't played those. All I can actually talk about, which is what you guys will have to talk about, is the Final Fantasy 14 A Realm Reborn. I cannot in all consciousness talk about all the expansions, which are probably amazing and all that, because Gamon is here and he'll definitely say that. But I can only speak about my experience with the original base game. Now, technically, I guess, pre A Realm Reborn, before they blew up the game and all that, which was meant to be goddamn awful. But before they kind of had that mass reset and made A Realm Reborn, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I guess we can't really talk about that. But we can definitely talk about A Realm Reborn, Final Fantasy 14. I'm just going to leave it on a low D, just, you know, just while we're talking about it. Just going to leave it at a very low D, just while we talk about it anyway, you know. I think it's just safe sat there just for now. Just for now, Gamon. Gamon's there like ready to jump through his computer. I can't wait for these comments. Someone get me some popcorn. Oh god, the original 14 was atrocious. A Realm Reborn was a glorious reboot. Sorry, it wasn't ad hell. Oh my god, Gamon, how could you miss that? FF14 was alright. I loved that they did all these major crossovers and it was fun, but it was repetitive as an MMO like most are. I got like 3 years out of those, so not bad. It's okay. Oh, but Gamon had some great comments. Get him, Gamon. He put it on D. I'm putting it as D temporarily. Okay, so let me talk about... Okay, you guys tell me your experience of A Realm Reborn. Okay. So my experience, which I've only played A Realm Reborn, so that's all I'm going to talk about. Okay, and I'm putting it literally in A Realm Reborn. You cannot tell me about Endwalker or whatever, because we're looking at A Realm Reborn. The absolute base game that, well, is still alive, I guess. I'll reach through the screen and give you the nipples a twist. Oh, you'd like that. You'd like to give these nipples. You'd like to give these nipples a twist, wouldn't you? Come on, Gamon. Come on, reach through the screen right now, Gamon. I dare you. Give these big nipples on this huge chest. Go on. Give them a twist. Go on. So, came for the tits, stay for the Final Fantasy. Hey, Julian. So, okay, my thoughts on A Realm Reborn. Not good. Will never play again. It's boring. Fetch quests. Battling was shit. The progression system was great. The only good thing I liked about A Realm Reborn, there was one or two story beats that I liked about it. However, the only thing outside of that I liked was the fact, which makes it very different than other MMOs. Okay, that makes it very different than other MMOs, is that you can have all the jobs on one character. So you could literally make your character into any of those available jobs. I thought that was cool. But that's pretty much where I think the coolness factor ends for me. The rest was like, oh, go give this letter to the guy over there. Oh, go to this area and stand on this thing. Oh, go and collect those berries. Go and kill 10 of those things and bring them back to me. Like, the questing was shit. It was diabolically shit. I'm sorry. I can't say any more. The crafting system's shit. I don't really have much good to say about A Realm Reborn, sorry. I just can't, I just can't, man. I got a wedgie, big muscle flexing, welcome to you, thanks for pressing the follow button. I'd rather play Final Fantasy 14 than WoW. How dare you? WoW is way better than Final Fantasy 14. At least A Realm Reborn, but once again, I can't talk about the other ones. It's good to be here. Have I been here before? I got no idea. Did you give me a wedgie? If you didn't, then you haven't been here before. But yeah, I honestly, guys, I can't say anything realistically good. I will pay your subscription and force you to play until Dawn Trail and see if you still think it's D tier. But come on, that's going to take, what, 200 hours of my life? Like, okay, if I started towards the end of A Realm Reborn, which is when I finished, like I finished that Ultimate, I think it was Ultimate Weapon, that storyline, the final dungeon or whatever of A Realm Reborn, I think it was Ultimate Weapon, and I done some quests leading into the expansion, only a few, and then I stopped. So how long would it take me realistically? How long would it take me to get from the end of A Realm Reborn to Dawn Trail, which is out soon, right? Like, how many hours would that take? 100? At least 100 hours? 200 hours? I don't know. You tell me. Happy Pride to you, Frame Droid. Big muscle flexing. Welcome for your first time in the chats. Alright, I didn't give you a wedgie. However, I could be a One Piece for all we know. It could be. Name's just based on an old story. It's all good, man. It's all good. It's hurtful and kind of ugly, says Ben. The honesty is hurtful. Devil's Advocate, don't Jay. The gameplay hasn't changed much. I bet it hasn't. Depends on how many overexpansion side stories you skip. All of them. If I literally just stuck to the main quest line, whatever that is, I would even play it with you to make it go faster. I'll even play as your healer for instant queues. Oh my god, Kimon really wants me to like check it out to prove it, right? Oh, your laptop froze. Depends on how and if he stays on one job. Okay, so how many hours would that take if I went from A Realm Reborn, the end of it, until the end of Endwalker? Yeah. kind of focusing on the main quests only and sticking to my job or whatever. 1 or 2 jobs, let's say. I kind of switch between 2 things or something. Like, there probably is some great moments. I'm not debating that there probably is. But is it worth me spending like 100 hours just to be like, ooh, there was some good bits in it? Asking for a friend, how many of these games are there? There's Final Fantasy 14. There's Final Fantasy Heaven's Ward. Final Fantasy Storm's Blood. What's SHB? I'm not sure what SHB is. Then there's Final Fantasy Endwalker, and then Dawn Trail, which is the newest one coming out soon. If you hated the base game, avoid it. Well, you're already done with the first expansion, so that saves time. What do you mean I'm already done with the first expansion? A Realm Reborn is the base game, though. We'll be here for a while then. Can you throw the movie in there? So, no, we won't be talking about the other ones because I haven't played them. I can't talk about a game I haven't played. It's not fair. But you're over 50. I think so, yeah. I think I'm 50 or more, something like that. The movie is S tier, just Are you holding a coaster? Yeah, I'm holding a coaster. Yeah, exactly. I just play around with my PlayStation. I literally have 4 coasters. One is an X, triangle, circle, and a square. I'm a nerd. What can I say? So I'm just playing around with my coaster. I haven't played Type 0, and just like I haven't played Stranger's Paradise and stuff. I think it's called Stranger's Paradise anyway. And like this is only the mainline games. The Bahamut clip when it transitions from FF14 to Realm Reborn was epic. Yeah, like I remember that. It was actually good. But yeah, like I just don't see it. I think it's D tier. Okay, look, I'll put it high D. So it's better than Final Fantasy 13. Even though I think that's unfair because I had a lot more fun playing Final Fantasy 13. I'm going to put it next to Final Fantasy 13. And when I say I had fun playing Final Fantasy 13, I meant the end game when it actually was good. The only good part of the game, the end game. That's where I'll put a Realm Reborn. So, looking at the tier list, what I've decided is... So looking at my Final Fantasy tier list, with your guys' opinions involved, you thought it was a cookie. I do like cookies though. So let's look at the S tier. We have Final Fantasy X and Final Fantasy VII. Then in A tier, we have Final Fantasy VI and Final Fantasy IX. In B tier, we have Final Fantasy VIII, followed by Final Fantasy XIII Part 2, Final Fantasy V and 4, Final Fantasy X-2, and Final Fantasy 16. In C tier, I have Final Fantasy 12, Final Fantasy 15, Final Fantasy 3, and 13 Lightning Return. Or Lightning's Return, whichever it is. And in D tier, I have Final Fantasy 13, Final Fantasy 14, A Realm Reborn, which is the only one I played, and Final Fantasy 1 and 2. So let me know if you agree with any of these. I think it's a pretty fair list. Like, we did spend about 2 hours on this list, to be fair. A lot longer than a little bit. But hey, it was fun. You know what, Jay? I'll take my Arcanine money back until you beat Heaven's Ward. You wouldn't dare, Gamon. You don't got the guts. How dare you? Speaking of which, good job, Gamon. That's a good segue. It's not that often that I'd say good job to you, so, but truly, good job, Gamon. Speaking of an Arcanine plushie, guys. Now, if you do want to help... Oh, look, I see the unfollow button. Oh my god, Gamon. So there's the tier list that we made there. Let me just slightly make this smaller. Let's bring up the data. Then make the blah blah. So, guys, my birthday, how is 9 just A? It's A. It's good. It's great, but it's just not the level of 10 or 7. That's what we think anyway. Yeah, 10 is just really amazing. 9 has nothing on 10 in my opinion, and I love 9. 9 is one of my favorites, which is, well, pretty much why it's up A tier. It's not my first favorite, which is 10. It's not my second favorite, which is 7. It's not my third favorite, which is 6. So it's my fourth favorite, which is 9. So there you go. I think the community tonight pretty much agreed that it's an A. Some people would say S, but I definitely go for an A. In my opinion, don't give him a dime; he hasn't earned it. I edited you a charity video for the Arcanine Fund. Oh, have you? Oh, that's gonna be great. So, guys, so if you are able to, if you have any spare change at all, it's coming up to my birthday in the next couple of weeks, and I'm trying to get this Arcanine plushie. Now, this is a huge plushie. This is 59 inches. 59. Like 69, but 59. So it's 59 inches. So it's a pricey boy. So what we're doing as part of the community is if you have any spare dollars or euro or whatever your currency is, if you want to help gift fund for my birthday, that's my present I'm asking for from the community this year, is you can help donate. You can help donate by going to my PayPal link, which is on my link tree, which is in the chat box right now, which Dub just linked for you conveniently. Thank you, Dub. And at the end of that link tree, you can go down to the end of it and you have PayPal tips. Now, feel free to write your username if you do donate. Now, as an added thank you, all tippers will get a special adult themed photo or video. It will be most likely both, of me with the Arcanine. So you'll get some extra rewards for that. And then, of course, we'll have the Arcanine available on our streams as a redemption. So he'll be available for everyone to see on a regular basis. But I love Arcanine. He's my favorite Pokemon. And I would love to have him as a big, gigantic plushie. And just to kind of show how big he is, he's quite big, as you can see. Like, you have this little Asian lady pretty much cuddling in behind him, just to kind of show how big he actually is. Or if he's standing... wait, she's lying. Where's he? When's she standing up? There he is. Picking him up, should I say. Or you have this, for example, big photo of him. So he is a huge plushie. As I said, 59 inches. So if you do have, as I said, any little bits of spare change, feel free to go to the PayPal tips and donate towards the birthday gift for this year. Very, very much appreciated. We are 3/4, more or less, we're 3/4 of the way, or almost 3/4 of the way. Yeah, well, it costs $510. We have $180 or so to go. So we are slowly tipping away on it, but if I can get it over the next couple of days, I could probably have it within the next 2 weeks here. So, and I have to actually go travel to collect it as well, because it doesn't deliver direct to here, unfortunately. Fucking UK. But that's just how it is. They just don't like the Republic of Ireland sometimes. Get it up. So yeah, check out my link tree on my PayPal tips if you do want to help donate towards that, and very much appreciate it if you do. Here, Jay, can WoW give you awesome music for each boss fight? I know the bosses are meant to be amazing in the raids, Gimon, but I'm literally on about A Realm Reborn. So I've seen some of the bosses and they look very trippy. But I will give the I'll put this briefly on here. I have to turn it down so it's way too loud. Here's some Shivas. She looks easy, come on, she's simple. Look, easy, kill, slay, done. Look, that's basic, so basic. Easy. See, I'm so full of regret playing. Music's too loud, okay. Like, she looks cool and all that, but yeah. But look, end story is I killed her and she's dead now. It's all good. That's not the music to the Shiva fight. I don't know. I remember killing like Ifrit and some other primals, I suppose. Garuda. Or something like that in A Realm Reborn, but that's all I remember. But there we go. I just jumped through my tabs wondering where the music was coming from. I saw Shiva and he loves her style. I love Shiva in general. I always did like Shiva. But what can I say? What can I say? They need to remake Revenant Wings. Like they need to remake Final Fantasy Tactics. They need to do, or else just make an entirely new game of Final Fantasy Tactics. That game is badly needed. Some big remake love. I remember there was like rumors they're on about it, but I have no idea if that's actually true or not. Lord knows what they're working on at the moment. Like, you know, if it's going to be Final Fantasy, like they're working on the third part of the trilogy for Final Fantasy VII. They're probably working on Final Fantasy XIV. They're obviously working on the current expansion of 14, which is Dawn Trail. Well, up and coming, I suppose. And maybe they have a remake in the mix there too. I'd buy the shit out of Chocobo Tales, says Marcus. Anyone getting audio or video delay? Not me anyway. I can't see any on my side. But guys, I gotta love you and leave you tonight. I'm actually getting extremely tired because I had very little sleep last night. I only had like 4 hours. It's like not enough, and I had a busy day. But I was going to play a preview of a brand new game that just came out of early access. That was the original plan. But what we did after we played Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, where I fought the Gilgamesh battle, that's how we actually got on board with the whole tier list. And then we spent like 2 hours going through the tier list. So, you know, it's just how it is. Any final words of wisdom, Great Muscle Man? I need sleep. And so do you. So please get some good sleep tonight. There is my words of wisdom from myself. But guys, I'll be back on your screens on Wednesday. I'm actually almost about to fall asleep at the computer. I'm that freaking tired. You probably see me like this, like yawning, just trying to hide it. But look, it's 1:30 in the morning and I'm just absolutely wrecked. He has spoken. But yeah, you know, I'm just way too tired. What I do not need sleep. I had like 3 hours broken sleep over the last 24 hours. Oh my god, Dub, you need some sleep, man. You need some serious sleep. Please get sleep, man. Please. do yourself a favor and get sleep. But guys, if you do want to check out more of me, Dub has linked all my socials there and all the other YouTube and all that. Bear in mind, over the next month, over the course of the month, there is 15% off the J for Pay right now as well. So if you want to see over 440 exclusive videos from myself, feel free to check that out. Outside of that, you can always feel free to donate towards the Arcanine plushie. Hopefully we'll reach that total extremely soon, because I want to buy that plushie. So we are almost 3/4 of the way there. So any additional help, if you have any spare change to go towards that, is very much appreciated. Outside of that though, thank you very much for watching, and if you do want to see more of me, you do have my socials. There'll be new stuff over on the socials before you see me live next on Wednesday. So there we go. I have a lot of stuff to catch up on, but today was just another day. Like, we had a long weekend here, so each day I was busy doing different things, and I'm still recovering. Wrong arm. Why did I think it was disarm? I'm still recovering, so like this arm still need like, I'm extra tired because this arm is taking a lot of energy healing at the moment, but hopefully this will be healed fully in a few weeks time. The bruising will be probably gone by this weekend, but hopefully the damage in my tricep won't take too long. But I done a big legs day today, and I'm like, ugh. It's all good. I've seen them all. If you get lost in the videos, I can come save you. Clicked your link. Hot damn. Julian's all happy now. Julian's all happy. But guys, I will have to love you and leave you. I can barely even stay awake right now, and I have no energy. So I'm just going to end it right now. Dub, I literally don't have any energy to even type in Shay Hart. Sorry. I will try my best. I'm going doing it. I'm like, right, channel. Why does the screen hurt my eyes? Like, I have it in like the lowest setting right now, and it's like, eh. But guys, the next person you're going to see up on your screen is going to be Shay Hart. We're going to give him a quick raid. So send him some love. And once again, happy Pride from myself. I'll be back on Wednesday, a lot more lively. But I'm absolutely exhausted. So there we go. And thank you very much for joining in on the stream tonight. I hope you enjoyed your time with the Final Fantasy X, the Final Fantasy tier list, as well as a bit of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth gameplay fighting the secret boss Gilgamesh, and enjoying the little cutscene with that too. You're getting old, that's why. You're getting old, Gamon. Think of all the hundreds of hours that you played Final Fantasy 14. Yeah, you know you're old now. Love FF content? Oh, we love some FF content, don't we? But guys, the next person you're going to see on your screen is going to be Shay. You're going to see him in about 10-15 seconds. Thereabouts. But until then, Shlán leat, Shlán Ualia, agus cuddle agus solve McCorda nish, agus well she master in the Canada Warwickshire, she tower me cree. Guys, Shlán, I'll see you all on Wednesday. Bye.